Welcome to the live show. You know what time it is. Welcome to the live show. All right. We are back. We are back. We are back. Back. You know what time it is. We are back. Just like we never left. We're so back. We are so back. We are so back. Just like we never left. Telling y'all. We back. All right. Las Vegas. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Okay, so let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on in the country. Here we go. Right then. Loud but then. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. God bless you, Andrea. You know what time it is, Andrea in the building. Girl, sit down. Shout out to Happy Feet Gal and shout out to uh Crisis Prod. I made in Apple, bro. New we. Judge, she ain't finna do that. Judge, she's not going to do that, Judge. Because you know she don't want that. Come on, Judge, you know better. Come on. She mentioned Trump 21 times. And she mentioned the border probably like two times. Shout out to Sean E. Sean E said he was going to vote for RFK, but after today, I am voting for Trump. It's time for the great awakening. Welcome, bro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I feel like, like I said, shout out to Irony Rose. You know what time it is. Monkey Juice in the building. Caps. You know what time it is. Uh, fist it to you. Fist it to you. Shout out to you, Brody. Andrea, of course. Look, like I said yesterday, I don't think the speech was, you know, relatable for me. But for people voting for Kamala, they already would love it because she's reading from the teleprompter and then she's talking to the audience, which, you know, sort of the same political movement anyway. But for me, it doesn't, there's no relatability. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it doesn't work. But for people, it works. Like you guys heard, she Like you guys heard, she actually got a lot of money from donors yesterday, and like $100 million. So of course, it worked. And good for her. Good for her campaign. If the speech worked for the Democratic Party, wonderful. I just felt like she mentioned Trump way too many times, and she didn't mention the economy, the border, and all of that stuff, which I feel like should have been. She did speak about the opportunity economy she wanted to, work on, but for me, I'm not gonna cap. For me, it's not. It's not. It wouldn't I wouldn't buy that speech really for me. But of course, I wasn't gonna vote for Kamala anyway. So it is what it is. I just feel like it wasn't what I expect. Well, it was what I expected from her anyway. The hand gesture and reading from the left and the right. I didn't expect her to like relate with the people. She spoke about her mom, her dad, and all of that stuff. But for me, it was a typical speech by a politician to the people. Somebody just asked me, how do you relate to Trump? Now, first of all, I relate to Trump in the sense that when he's speaking, he's actually having to relate with the audience by humor. He's not just reading teleprompter, he's not reading line by line by line, and then stop and then say, look at, like, no. If you watch Trump's speech, he's talking to people. He's making gestures. He's relating with people. He's talking and then he's making gestures. It's not just his humor is like, unlike Kamala, right? Kamala made a perfect speech when it comes to the words she was saying. But when it comes to relating with the people, I feel like it was too scripted, in my opinion. It was just too scripted. I maybe, like I said, I wasn't gonna vote for Kamala anyway. It was too scripted, and I feel like she mentioned Trump too many times. And that actually helped Trump, in my opinion. He actually helped Trump because if if she didn't talk about Trump yesterday, if she didn't talk about, this person is gonna take away is gonna cut your social security and all of those things, which is a lie. Everybody knows that. If she didn't talk about the IVF lies, that's another lie. She would have she would have gotten um more people on her side. I feel like now the same people that were going to vote for Kamala are still the same people that are still going to vote for Kamala. She didn't convert anybody. In my opinion, like I said, I may be wrong. We're going to see the polls. But the fact is, the people that she was supposed to convert were the independent voters, not the people that were already, that will already, that will vote for her like before the speech. You feel me? So I don't know, man. I don't know. I bet you, Monkey Juice. Look, bro, when the debates gets here, all Trump needs to do is just do what he does, which is put the heat on his opponent. Somebody like Kamala, she's definitely not ready for that heat, bro. She's not ready for the heat from Trump. That is 100% sure. She is not ready for the heat from Trump. I'm telling you, like as soon as he says, so what happened to the border? So what happened to the economy? What happened to the inflation? What happened to? She's gonna be like, I'm speaking, okay, I'm speaking, and the supporters, the voters, we know all of these tactics. She wouldn't be able. She's a prosecutor, bro. What does that have to do with debate? A prosecutor. What does that have to do with debate, bro? And she's never ever done a presidential debate before. Trump has done how many presidential debate? Trump has done how many presidential debate? So if you think about it, I feel like she's gonna have to. And you know why I feel like she's gonna actually flop on the debate just like Joe Biden, but in a different way? Because she's not opening herself up to the media now. She should be going for interviews now. Where that, like, if she's going for interviews now, if she's gonna flop in the interviews now, nobody's gonna care because everybody's just gonna bank on the debate. But now she's not talking to this news people, the interviews, she's not doing them. The media, she's not talking to the media. By the time she gets to the debate stage, she's likely to flop. This is just like because there's no preparation. She's preparing backstage with her people, trying to act like Trump and all that stuff. By the time the cameras start rolling and it's live TV, and you're debating someone like Trump, who is definitely the king when it comes to trolling and hitting you where when you don't expect it. I don't know, man. I don't know if she's gonna be able to perform because she's not answering any questions right now. You need to put yourself out there now so you can, get to feel what you're gonna feel when you get on the debate stage. But she's not doing that. So how is she supposed to debate someone like Trump? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Especially with the speech last night. Going from left to right, teleprompter, no humor, no going. She didn't do anything aside the teleprompter speech. She didn't say anything that wasn't in that script right there in the teleprompter. Nothing. Everything she said was in the teleprompter. Trump doesn't do that. Trump goes off the teleprompter. And that's what everybody knows. Everybody always says, stick to the script, bro. You always get off the teleprompter. Yes, that's what he does. He's so good, he doesn't need teleprompter, bro. When she doesn't have teleprompter, I don't know what is going to happen. And I know y'all know that. Well. Some Cap says debate won't change voters' opinion. Waste of time. Why did a debate change everybody's opinion about Joe Biden? If debates don't change people's opinion, now that's Cap. Debates actually change people's opinion because if you saw Joe Biden's debate against Trump, that was the reason why Democrats were like, well, if we keep you in here, we're gonna lose this election. Even the voters were like, we need new person. Like the Democratic voters, like were like, yo, we need a new person. That's why they dropped Joe Biden because of that debate. If there was no debate, Joe Biden would still be the current nominee or presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. But because of the debate, they had to drop him. They had to drop him. So when the debate begins and Kamala steps on that stage, she's fried, bro. This is just facts. No teleprompter, baby girl. No teleprompter. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Monkey Juice, Andrea, Billy French, Ronis. Shout out to my boy Zima. Let's go. Because there's no accomplishment to brag about. That's what I'm saying. You can say she sounds presidential by reciting a well written speech by professional script writers. Okay, that's great. But you could tell there's no accomplishment to brag about. So she had to stick to the script. But now, when the debates gets here, there would be no script, Brody. Did I just hear that? Bro, did I just hear that right there? Vasectomy van? Bro, goddamn. A vasectomy van. Hoo-wee. No, 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 no. No, baby girl, no. That's the thing. Like, this is the thing. Like, when you talk to a Democrat, they're like, "Didn't you hear a speech?" I don't care about speeches, bro. I care about action. You may care about speech because speech moves you emotionally. It moves your feelings. I don't care about your speech. I care about your action. And what have you done? You haven't done anything. Because she didn't do anything. Action speaks louder than voice. I don't care about your goddamn speech. Who cares? We care about action. Okay. Action. That's what we care about. Now, what we got right here? What we got right here? You better be online. Mm. I do think this is going to help Donald Trump. RFK endorsing him is definitely going to help him out. And I'm still going to play, after these videos, I'm going to play RFK's speech when he endorses Trump. And then we're going to watch. Trump actually did two campaign stops today, one in Las Vegas and one in Arizona. We're going to watch both of them. But before that, we're going to watch and say, react to, what's his name? RFK's speech. That's true. She wouldn't talk to anybody. I don't know why. She doesn't want to talk to anybody. Why doesn't she want to talk to anybody, people? Why won't Kamala talk to anybody? All right, let's watch this last one. Wait. What's going on here? Chat, what is going on here? Wait. You guys can't see my screen? What in the world is going on? And y'all didn't tell me you couldn't see my screen? Come on, guys. You could have told me we can't see your screen. What? You could have told me you can't see my screen. You guys are so on another level, right? Today's Friday, so you guys don't. You like you could have just told me, Genesis, we can't see your screen. God damn. It's Friday. Y'all are drinking right now. Y'all definitely drinking right now. Y'all definitely drinking right now for sure. I'm here drinking water. What are y'all drinking right now? Tell me, what are y'all drinking right now? God damn. You see me, but you can't see the videos. I was watching the videos in my mind. I'm like, oh, they're going with me. And then I see myself on my phone. It's just me.
Joe, Kamala finally answering a single question after 33 days of dodging and hiding from the press and
everybody check this out, okay? Check this out, guys. Check this out. A reporter asks, well, two reporters asked, they say, what next, Kamala? Hear what she's gonna say.
She did it. Joe, Kamala finally answering a single question. After 33 days of dodging and hiding from the press and refusing to do interviews, Kamala also says that she's ready to throw down and go toe-to-toe with Fox News. Our very own Peter Ducey getting Harris to say this.
Madam Vice President, congratulations.
Good to see you.
Are you ready for your Fox News interview? Good to see you, man.
I'm working towards it.
Jesse, she's been on the job doing interviews for her entire career.
Yeah.
What's the getting ready for?
Well, she's getting ready for the debate.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Shout out to Lupita Smith. Shout out to Will Bill 83. Shout out to Deepness Key Lime. Andrea, Deepness, Stephen First. Everybody watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show, and let's get it.
Debate. And we hear she's cramming because she's never done a presidential debate and she's nervous and it has to go well because if it doesn't go well, her whole momentum is shot. Jessica just said that if the election was held today, she'd win, she'd lose. The RCP battlegrounds, Trump's ahead, and he's ahead in the betting market. So
No,
it's a
he's
tight
not.
race. It is.
Okay.
Her honeymoon will not last. Everybody knows the honeymoon doesn't last. Well, mine did with Emma, but not everybody has that special relationship. She has not taken questions from voters. She has not taken questions from the media. She's not taking questions from Trump. So there is going to be a collision at some point.
Monkey G says, why didn't Trump go to any Republican debate? He already had the votes. They already voted. Nobody voted for Comrade Kamala. Nobody voted for Trump. He already had the whole vote. They already voted for Trump. Like everybody already voted for Trump. So why would he go for a debate when they already voted for him to be the presidential nominee? Come on, man.
with democracy and Kamala Harris. One of these days she'll get around to it. Right now she's playing scared, and you know what happens when you play scared? You get hurt.
Yeah.
And that
Or
could
you
happen.
Make comments and say people take Cialis.
Is that
Yo, guys, look, chat, look at the second man. He's having a ball. Look at him. He like, yeah, I'm the second man, y'all. Y'all gonna watch me for sure.
Okay. Her honeymoon will not last. Everybody knows the honeymoon doesn't last. Well, mine did with Emma, but not everybody has that special relationship. She has not taken questions from voters. She has not taken questions from the media. She's not taking questions from Trump. So there is going to be a collision at some point with democracy and Kamala Harris. One of these days she'll get around to it. Right now she's playing scared. And you know what happens when you play scared? You get hurt.
Yeah.
And that
Or
could
you
happen.
Make comments and say people take Cialis.
Is that going to get me hurt?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're
Jessica,
civilized
we're
right
going to
now.
switch seats.
No. I can reach you from there.
Please don't come to me next.
Katie, is the interviews at the tarmac good enough?
No.
That's the thing. The only thing we get are the interviews at the tarmac. It's like, can you actually do an actual interview? Every time the media just chasing her around the tarmac. Vice President, what are you gonna do? And she's like, when? What, bro?
The questions, because that's what they're like. She finally answered. That to me doesn't count.
Of course, it doesn't count, especially when you're saying, I'm walking up the stairs. We know you're going to walk up the stairs. That's why they're there. That's what they're for. Obviously, you're getting on the plane and you're.
This is look, for the Democrats in the chat. This is what I'm telling you. She's not opening herself up to talk to the media. The more you talk to the media, the more confident you get. She's gonna flop in the debate. I'm telling y'all now.
Especially when you're saying, I'm walking up the stairs. We know you're going to walk up the stairs. That's why they're there. That's what they're for. Obviously, you're getting on the plane and you're leaving to go somewhere else. But honestly, why would she answer questions ahead of the debate? The media is doing all of the work for her. They're debasing themselves.
You say, Monkey Juice is saying exactly strategies to say nothing. We should deal with it. Well, you're gonna have to deal with it on the debate stage when she freezes and start going because she will freeze. I'm telling you guys, I'm calling it now. Kamala is going to freeze and do so many things, and people are gonna be like, okay, we don't think she's definitely gonna. She better not do the debates. If she does the debate, it's over.
Journalists and reporters by publishing on anonymous background, anonymous statements, walking back her positions from 2019, 2020. She doesn't have to defend anything, and their whole strategy is not to get nailed down on specifics. She can't run on what she wanted to in 2019, 2020 because she literally had to drop out of the race as the first person because they were so far left, even the Democrats weren't buying them. And Joe Biden had to drop out of the race because his policies were unpopular among the country, and he was losing to Donald Trump. So she doesn't have a lot of places to go unless she's going to try and redefine herself, which is what we saw this week at the DNC and in her speech. So she wants to just be kind of this blank slate where the media can defend her and she doesn't have to say anything. So I think it's a little embarrassing to be the first female nominee and not speak for yourself, but that's up to her.
I do too think that's embarrassing. As someone who cares about women.
It's not your turn, Jesse. It's rude. Okay.
Okay.
I want to get.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? This is what I said. This is what I said. I'm not against women being in power or whatever. No, I'm saying she has this opportunity to talk to women around the nation. She has the opportunity to go on every single platform, Fox, ABC, everywhere, CNN. She needs to go there like Barack Obama did. That's what she needs to do. She needs to go talk to everybody. Everybody right now, talking to the children, talk everywhere, not going to buy Doritos at the goddamn corner store. Like, come on, man. Come on. She should not be doing that. I don't think I'm just saying. What is my voice echoing? Somebody said echo. Okay, I'm gonna put your ass on timeout because you're doing way too much. So it's like if you're like the first colored person, like woman, because they say she's not a female woman, You need to inspire by going out every opportunity you get. You need to talk instead of saying, no. Daughters at home right now, children at home right now don't even know who the vice president of the country is today. The children, y'all saying, she's going to inspire our female children, our daughters, our girls. She will inspire. They don't even know the vice president's name, dog. Ask your daughter right now, what is the current vice president's name? She don't know because the vice president is always hiding. She doesn't talk. Come on, man.
Give Jessica as much time as I can here.
You just take it. I've been saying you're rude for years.
I know.
And Tyra says it.
You're
and you're
both
immediately
right.
quiet.
You're both right.
Listen, Gavin Newsom asked for America to show, and the media to show grace. Do you think that was the right, quote unquote, grace? What do you think you mean by grace? What are we supposed to be waiting for or be patiently waiting for?
I think that what he was talking about was that this campaign is just a month old in this iteration. And you can tell that it is very different from the campaign that they were running with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. The emotions are different. The way that it's polling is different. The candidate is vastly different. And she's figuring out exactly what policies she wants to lead with. She did give her economic proposals. I understand that the price gouging one was widely panned by Democrats and Republicans, but that she needed to get through the convention. She's preparing for this debate, and then she'll do it when she's ready to do it. But, you guys being upset about this doesn't really affect the outcome of the election. The people who are supporting Kamala Harris or might support Kamala Harris, I've spoken to a lot of independent voters. They're not mad that she hasn't sat down with Leslie Stahl. They want to get to know her. They want to see how the campaign unfolds. They want the policy positions. They're looking forward to the debate. This is something that is really only getting right-wingers upset or conservatives.
See the word upset, Judge? No, but I'm not upset. I don't care. I'm not voting for her anyway. But the point is like, why does it? No one's upset. They always want to throw feelings in when you're asking just a question. In fact, when are you going to speak?
It's interesting. The woman who has held the highest office in the land in the history of the United States of America, who has been.
This is why I am so mad. Well, I'm not mad. I don't really care about her, but this is why part of me is just mad that you are the first woman to hold the highest office in the land, bro. Come on, man. You need to step up. Come on, you need to, man, it's just a pity we don't have competent people these days. Listen to what the judge said. Y'all listen to what the judge said. Come on.
It's interesting. The woman who has held the highest office in the land in the history of the United States of America, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years, who has been touted as fierce and fearless just last night.
Ready on day one.
Yeah, ready to go. Can't talk. It's not that we're upset. We're just kind of shocked.
You're
It
bothered.
goes along with the, what Bobby Kennedy was talking about. It is a sham, rigged primary where the woman didn't earn one vote, where she got to be vice president in spite of the fact that she believed the president was a racist. And in the end, this is a woman who says, I'm working toward it. You kind of get the sense that she's trying to, get her courage up. But I really believe that she, and this is what's disappointing, she is more concerned about the media thinking she doesn't know the answer than not knowing the answer. Because anyone who was in that position of power would be saying to herself, I need to know what the issues are. I need to be comfortable with them. She's not. She's just worried about how she appears. That's what the whole thing was in Chicago. It was a Hollywood show. And in the end, you've got Donald Trump. They hate him. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They can't talk about anything without talking about him. He goes to the black journalists. Okay, he goes into the bodega in Harlem. He goes into every TV network he's done an interview. And you know what? If she wants to be the female Barack Obama, baby, come and do Fox, just like Barack Obama did.
Mic drop. My goddamn drop. Mic drop. Okay? This is what I'm saying. I actually believe she's smart. She's brave to get to where she's gotten to, but If you want to truly inspire our daughters at home, if you want to truly inspire the kids, you need to go out and talk. And this is why I think she's going to lose the election. This is just facts, bro.
Was a racist. And in the end, this is the woman who says, I'm working toward it. You kind of get the sense that she's trying to, get her courage up. But I really believe that she, and this is what's disappointing, she is more concerned about the media thinking she doesn't know the answer than not knowing the answer. Because anyone who was in that position of power would be saying to herself, I need to know what the issues are. I need to be comfortable with them. She's not. She's just worried about how she appears. That's what the whole thing was in Chicago. It was a Hollywood show. And in the end, you've got Donald Trump. They hate him.
Monkey juice. I'm glad you spent your time with me, but I know after the debate, you would be so disappointed. I promise you, bro. You would be so disappointed, but your pride wouldn't let you say you were disappointed or you're currently disappointed. I'm telling you, she doesn't know these things. Trump has made the issues of the country his bread and butter. She doesn't even know because she's not connected to what is going on. She's been shielded by these people. And when it's time to unleash her, everybody's going to be disappointed. I promise you, bro. I promise you. I already see from the speech she made yesterday, teleprompter B. Look, y'all are going to be disappointed. I'm just letting you know. You will be disappointed after the debate.
They have Trump derangement syndrome. They can't talk about anything without talking about him. He goes to the black journalists. Okay, he goes into the bodega in Harlem. He goes into every TV network he's done an interview. And you know what? If she wants to be the female Barack Obama baby, come and do Fox, just like Barack Obama did.
Or is she little?
She ain't gonna do no goddamn Fox, because she ain't got the balls to do Fox. And this is why she should do Fox, because she has the highest office in the land. Inspire our kids. Go out there and talk. But no, she's saying strategy, hiding her. So how do you want to inspire kids when they don't even hear your voice? This is why Barack Obama was so respected. He inspired millions of people because he was a king when it comes to speaking. He went everywhere. He was there at Fox. But she hid it.
I'm nervous because old Tulsi Gabbard's in the training room with the president. Who knows?
Click here to subscribe.
Hide. Then you want to tell you? I mean, come on, man. Man, I don't even want to know nothing about her. Like, I could, even if I'm not voting for her, even if I'm not voting for Kamala, like, even if I'm not voting for Kamala, I still want her to do good. But she's not even. It's like, y'all are making this seem like it's a game, like it's a football game. Oh, that's the strategy. The quarterback got to pass. No, this is like a real life situation that would affect people. This is real life situation that would affect people. You say, let our children watch her, let our daughters watch her, so that our daughters are gonna be inspired. There's nothing to inspire our daughters. Like, this is why I'm not like. Y'all are saying she's the first woman president. She's gonna be the first woman president. She's not inspiring anybody because there's nothing to be inspired about. And who died? Who gave that right to me? And I gladly. Look, this girl has been going everywhere with Trump, man. This Chick-fil-A girl, y'all remember this Chick-fil-A girl? This Chick-fil-A girl going everywhere, bro. Damn, this Chick-fil-A girl going everywhere. Ooh-wee. Y'all remember the Chick-fil-A girl? She going everywhere now. She going everywhere. She's going everywhere. And I mean, this song, even the song Trump uses, is God bless the USA. And then the other lady used freedom. Like we're still in the goddamn 1800s. Goddamn, come on, man.
Have to make a lot of tacos now.
You're right. You're right. And thank you much. Wow.
This is a nice place. And I'm just talking to Javier. You got thousands of people outside on the street. They want to get into your restaurant, Javier. We're going to have to expand it.
have to make a lot of tacos now.
You're right. You're right. And thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for being.
Oh, he's racist. Trump is racist. Did you hear that man's accent? In case you missed accents, y'all saying he's racist. Look, he's racist.
Very much. Wow. This is a nice place. And I'm just talking to Javier. You got thousands of people outside on the street. They want to get into your restaurant, Javier. We're going to have to expand it.
have to make a lot of tacos now.
You're right. You're right. And thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for being here. We just had a very nice endorsement from RFK Jr., Bobby. And I'll be talking about that. We're heading out right after this. We're going to be going to Arizona. We'll be talking about that and a lot of other things too. But I just want to thank everybody. And I want to thank Bobby. That was very nice. That was really very nice. That's big. He's a great guy, respected by everybody. So thank you all for this incredible welcome we're getting. And I'm going to tell Javier the next time we do this together, he's going to give me a little light up here. Can you give me a little light so you can read this little speech? But you know what it does? It makes you speak a little bit less, so that's okay too. But I do want to thank you all, and I want to thank Javier. This is a fantastic restaurant, and the reputation is as good as it gets, as good as it gets. And I'm going to come here next time to eat. Is that okay? I will be doing that too. We have with us Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony, wherever Stavros is. Thank you very much, Stavros. That's an honor. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you. That's really an honor. Great guy, too. And Nevada GOP Chairman Michael McDonald. Michael. And he's very happy about the no tax on tips because he was the first one that presented after the young, beautiful waitress that suggested. I said, what do you think of it, Michael? He said, I think it's a great idea. But we've come here today to talk about the biggest promise I think that the restaurant workers have had in a long time, and that's no tax on tips. And in our case, we mean it. Somebody that I know just copied it, but you know that's not going to happen. If you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, a hospitality worker, a caddy, a barber, a mover, driver of any kind, or anyone else, you rely on a lot of tip income, hopefully a lot. But when I win in November, hopefully we're going to win. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again.
So him saying beautiful waitresses, that's not presidential. Man, get out of here, bro.
We're going to let you keep 100% of your tip income and not be harassed. And just so you understand, the other side, Kamala, have you ever heard of her? Kamala? Nobody ever heard of her before. She lost in the first round. She was the first one out. It's a weird thing. He got 14 million votes, and he's sitting on a beach angry as hell. And she got no votes, and she's running. So you explained that to me. But the United States is home to an estimated 5.5 million workers whose livelihoods depend on tip income. And they work with their hands and their talent, their sweat and their skill. And they are really skilled people, and they're great people. They're people that have been with me always, and I'm with them. I'm doing them a big favor. Nobody ever heard of this concept before, and it's something that makes a lot of sense. As soon as I heard it, I said, let's do it. And then they copied us a couple of months later, but I don't think anybody's buying it. It's
we don't buy
last night, the speech. She made 26 different things that were lies. She lied, but that's okay because a lot of people lie. They'll do anything to get elected, but she lied about, she's increasing taxes, I'm decreasing taxes, and she put it the other way around. Perhaps she misspoke, perhaps. Nearly 2/3 of the workers are women, and an estimated 700,000 single mothers nationwide rely on tip income to support their children. These are some of the best and hardest working people in America, and when I'm president. You are the ones I will be fighting for, and I'll be fighting for you very hard every single day.
PR fallen star. Exactly, bro. Kamala says she wants to tax tips, and now she doesn't anymore because it's like, oh, there's no tax on tips. Cap.
Kamala Harris is now pretending to endorse my policy. She's got a lot of.
Key Lime, how are you gonna give me super chat? I'm not even. YouTube said I was hurting you guys, so they would not monetize my channel. So how did you give me super chat, bro? Come on, man. You see, Democrat lies on lies, just like their comrade. Lies on lies, just like comrade. Okay. The only thing you could do is Cash App, and it's right there. I'm gonna put it in the chat again. I am not monetized, thanks to the big dogs at YouTube. And now you want to say you give me a super chat. Come on, man.
Of other policies. She's a copycat. She's a flip-flopper. You know what a flip? She's the greatest flip-flopper in history. She went from communism to capitalism in about 2 weeks. But in fact, Kamala cast the tie-breaking vote to hire 87,000 new IRS agents to go after.
The person behind him is not a Secret Service person. It's like the owner of the restaurant. He's in a restaurant giving a speech somewhere in Las Vegas. And yeah, that's what is happening right now. In case you're wondering what's going on, that's what's going on. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Thank you so much for watching the live show, spending your time with me. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it.
Your tip income. They're going after it in a lot of ways. So I don't know what they're doing now. This has happened with a lot of industries. When we come out with something, they immediately fold. But you know that after the election, if something horrible happened, which is always a possibility, especially the way they cheat. But if something horrible happened, you know that you'd go right back and you'd never see anything about no tax on tips. You know that. Under Kamala and Crooked Joe Biden, where is he? Where's Joe? What happened to Joe?
He's on the beach. CC. So CC, let me click on CC, keeping it real. Let me click on her channel. Okay, she's a beautiful black woman, and she's asking if am I even here? I'm here, ma'am, because you're older, so you deserve some respect. Okay, I'm here, ma'am. I'm here. I'm in Georgia. Okay.
He's on a beach someplace. He's angry. The IRS has imposed costly and burdensome new reporting requirements on restaurant and other employers. And these employers are great people. They're great people. They really work hard, like Javier. They work very hard, and they do an incredible job. And this is going to make their life a little bit easier because, frankly, for them, it's a lot better, too, when they have happy employees that are making a little more money and just do a better job. People like Javier are very happy. He was happy to hear about this. Every restaurant owner is happy to hear about this. But they're trying to squeeze every penny out of this tip income the government is. And now they're not going to be able to do that. We're going to get this done very fast, too.
Shout out to my boy Ellie. Shout out to T Solar. Shout out to Stephen Frost. And shout out to, where's CC keeping it real. You know what time it is. Thank you guys for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. And we have the greatest moderator in the house, Andrea. Where's my boy Zima at?
By the way, Kamala also sponsored legislation to blow up the tip system entirely, which would inflict financial calamity on food servers and bartenders in Las Vegas and all across America. You know, they have bills pending and things pending and resolutions pending and special orders pending where they're going after your tips. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Are they supposed to be dropping? I assume they're going to be dropping all that stuff, at least until after the election. They'll bring it back after the election. Kamala supports a bill to eliminate the federal tip credit, which would force restaurants to impose large service charges on diners, meaning customers will not leave tips at all, and you'll be stuck with a minimum wage or whatever you might be making. This is something that they're forcing. I will never let that happen. Under the Trump administration, you'll keep your tips, and restaurant workers will keep all of your hard-earned money. I met this incredible young woman. She was standing behind the counter. I walked into a restaurant, whatever it may be. What was that restaurant? That
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, right? Very religious owner and a great guy, and it's good stuff. And she saw me and she said, President Trump, and she gave me the biggest hug. She said, you saved my college. And she loved that college.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. I know this guy hurts y'all feelings, especially black people, especially black women. Trump hurts their feelings. Oh, he's racist. But come on, man.
That's right.
Let's just stick to policies, all right, and results. What he has done. Just focus on the results, okay?
And you love me, and I love you too. I do actually. But it was like instant chemistry, right?
Yes,
it was beautiful.
I told him earlier, we're best friends.
Yeah. They didn't know I was coming. You know, we do that surprise.
Yo. Oh my God. Oh my God. The lady said we're best friends. Of course, woo. Bro, I want to be best friends with Trump. I ain't gonna cap. Just one phone call, bro. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
I guess we do that for certain reasons, like security and things. We don't want to broadcast it too much. But I walked in and she grabbed me and I grabbed her. But I saved her college. That's the historically black colleges and universities. And she loved her college. She loved her college. She thought it was. I said, "Do you really like it? Was it good?" Go ahead, give it a little public.
I love the illustrious Park Atlanta University.
Do you see? And she really did. It was great to see that, as opposed to, oh, it was okay. She thought it was great. So I'll see you in a little while. Thank you, honey. Thank you very much for being here. We'll all be joined today by Nicole Williams, the mother of a 6-year-old member of the Culinary Union and a bar.
Okay, to the beautiful CC, keeping it real. You say this man was president before. Absolutely, he was from 2016 to 2020. How much was your gas prices during those times? How much was the mortgage rates during those times? What was the border like? Was there war in Ukraine during that time? Was there war in Israel? What was your inflation like? What was the grocery prices like? That's how you gauge performance, okay? It's based on performance, not emotions, all right?
Bartender, can we get the Culinary Union to maybe vote for Trump? Because, they're great people. They're always have a head of, like a Democrat, the head, even if the Republican's better, and a lot of the Republicans aren't better, but I'm a lot better. And I'm the one that got this thing done. And so if we could speak to the head guy, let him be nice and easy, just relax. We're going to win. The state is looking very good. We just got a poll. We're leading by a lot. But we want to get the Culinary Union. How many members of the Culinary Union are here? Oh, you have a lot. I can tell you have a lot. But I think a lot of them, we had a poll done, and a lot of them are voting for us, I can tell you right now. But people that depend on tip income for our family. So, Nicole, if I could ask you to come up and say a few words. Hi, Nicole. Please. Thank you, John.
Thank you. This is the honor of my life to be up here with my favorite president.
They're going to say, oh, he just touched her back. Sexual abuse. Because I know that's what they like to say real fast.
Thank you. This is the honor of my life to be up here with my favorite president. And his no tax on tips policy is going to help my family. It's going to bring immediate relief to my pocketbook and my 7 kids. And all of you here who have children and families to take care of, this is going to be a great thing for all of us. So let's get out and vote for President Trump. Let's win Nevada for President Trump. Let's get out there. Register all your friends and family. Tell everybody about this policy.
Thank you. Very nice. That's great. Thank you very much, Nicole. Thank you. I'll bet she does a great job, too. I'll bet you do a great job. Do you have any doubt about Nicole? I don't think so, right? You love it, right? You love doing it?
I love
That's great. I can see it. Thank you very much. We're also have a little bit of a special announcement. Our host, Javier, began in the restaurant business as a dishwasher, worked his way up to being a chef. Now he owns an entire family of Mexican restaurants in Las Vegas and the Las Vegas area. How many? How many restaurants are? How many? 5. This guy's got a lot of cash. That's fantastic. It's a great story. We love the Hispanic people, and the Hispanic people love us. He was just saying, he's not a big fan of what's happening on the other side. They'll destroy our country. We'll end up in a depression like in 1929 if they get in with what they're proposing. Last month, Joe Biden stopped at one of Javier's restaurants to tout his support in the Latino community. And, Joe walked in. It's like not the most, it wasn't too exciting when he walked in. He didn't know where the hell he was. What kind of a restaurant? Is this Italian? He says, is this a French restaurant? Looks like a French restaurant. And, we have to focus on her because he's gonzo, so we'll focus on her. She's terrible. She's worse than he is. By the way, he's the worst president in the history of the United States. Jimmy Carter is very happy because he is considered to be a brilliant president by comparison. He's a very happy man. And she's considered to be the worst vice president in history. I don't know who the hell did that. If they do polls and they do studies, she's considered to be the worst vice president in history. 6 weeks ago, they were laughing at her. She was a joke. And now she got the nomination. She didn't get any votes, but she got the nomination. Explain that one. But I understand that Javier has something he would like to say about that. And so I'll ask Javier.
Shout out to Cece. You know what time it is. Cece says she doesn't have gas cars. She has electric cars. She's saving the universe, And the people telling her to save the environment, fly in private jets, huge planes that emits the biggest pollutions in the world. But they tell her, CC, buy electric car because your little small car is not gonna make the environment clean. Awesome.
To come up and say a couple of words. Thank you. About the meeting you had with Joe.
Oh, thank you for being here, President Donald Trump. Me and my family really appreciated you guys give us the opportunity to host this event, so important. And I was telling them earlier before you got here that
Oh, it's racist. Oh, it's racist. Trump is racist. He's so racist.
I came when Ronald Reagan was the president. And you know what? I really miss those times. So I need you to...
Monkey, yes. Trump is a fan of electric cars. Of course, that's why Elon endorsed him. But he's saying you don't have to get it. It doesn't have to be a mandate. Did you know in California, Governor Newsom, well, Trump calls him Newscom, he said by 2035 or something like that, every car in California should be electric cars. Now that's a dictatorship.
To please make America great again.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you. And we will. We will. You got a good sample.
Richard says, Genesis, what do you like about Trump? Low inflation, no wars in Ukraine and Israel, low mortgage rates. What else? Funding HBCUs. What else do you want me to say, bro?
My daughter over there,
Yes.
and she agrees with you 100%.
Good.
My daughter over there.
It's a beautiful daughter.
She
Yo, bro. Yo, Trump is the wildest, bro. Trump is the wildest, bro. Yo, Trump is the wildest, bro. Trump is just so wild, bro. Oh my God. Oh God.
You really think that you are cured than Kamala?
Oh, I see. She agrees on that. Well, that's a good thing to agree on. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Shelley. Appreciate it. Great job you're doing. So thank you to Javier, to everybody under.
70 Vintage, you're saying how much is this campaign paying me? This is the thing with Democrats. They always think they're paying someone to talk about the facts. No. As a matter of facts, YouTube isn't even monetizing my channel. Like I've said this 1,000 times, bro. Like, man, y'all be wilding. They're saying I'm hurting you guys with my goddamn content. Now that's a dictatorship now, you know. Yeah. But we ain't finna talk about that before they put us on ice.
My leadership, our Latino American community has prospered like.
EMAC, I'm lying that YouTube is like my YouTube isn't monetized. You think I'm lying about that? You think I'm lying about that, bro? Bro. I can show you now, but I already made a video that I actually showed you. So you have to go back to that video and watch it, okay? Because I'm not going to stop this for you.
As you know, and as he knows, prospered like never before. Yeah. And, you know, we're winning. We won places. The governor of Texas called me. The last election, we won every border town along the border, and they're almost entirely Hispanic. And we won all of them. We won the votes. First time.
Oh, you think they paid me to promote Trump? I wish. Oh, I wish. As a matter of fact, I need to go find out how to get paid to promote Trump. Yeah, that's what I need to go find out. Andrea, we need to go find out where we can get paid to promote Trump. Andrea, come on, man. Andrea, we need to go figure this out. Come on, man. We need to go join the local. Well, this is the thing. If I get paid for promoting Trump, then I would have to be a Republican. But I'm not a Republican. I am an independent. You see? So.
They said since Reconstruction. So I said, when you say Reconstruction, you know, that's a little complicated word in a sense because it means a lot of things to a lot of people. But I said, that means a civil war. Is that what you're referring to? That's right. Since the Civil War, that's never happened. And we did it twice. We did it in.
Shout out to Lori Rain. And you know what time it is. Thank you so much for subscribing. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless your family. Thank you. Thank you to everybody watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. You know what time it is. The former President Trump talking in Las Vegas. Let's get it.
16, and we did even better in 20. We actually did much better in 20 than we did in 16. But lots of strange things happen in life, right? But we're doing better now than either of those two. There's more spirit. I mean, you look at outside in the street, how many people are out there. And I only hope they stick around when I leave and they come into your restaurant. You'll never be able to serve them. But just too many people. But you're going to see. But Hispanic American household incomes hit an all-time high under the Trump administration. Hispanic American unemployment rate hit the lowest it's ever hit, lowest ever. Hispanic American poverty.
Outlaw Josie Wales says, why are the moderators letting these people on here? Because it's a free world, free country, free speech, okay? Now, you got the freedom of free speech, and we got the freedom of timeout, okay? We can time you out. If you're talking about what we're talking about, which is the election, you can say what you want, but don't be disrespectful. If you are disrespectful, you will be timed out by Andrea. But if you're just talking, you could say what you want. You could say, Genesis, you don't know what you're talking about. Da, da, da. I could take it. I'm a big boy, okay? I could take it. But don't be disrespectful to people in the comment, okay? Let's keep it, you know, mature.
Poverty rate reached a record low, the lowest number ever. And by the way, it's now inched up very substantially. And yesterday, Javier, they did something that was terrible. It was just found out. They reported that 818,000 jobs were here that weren't. They were fake. They reported fake jobs, and they were going to announce that after November 5th, the most important day in the history of our country, the election. They were going to report it after, but there was a whistleblower, somebody leaked it. There was a leaker, a friendly leaker, a patriot leaker, leaked it, and That's not a revision. You know, that usually they call that a revision, like there's, 10,000 jobs. This is 818. I think it was the biggest number, certainly in memory. 818,000 fake jobs they reported. They don't exist. Total fake jobs. And this is what we're dealing with. And that's at a big number. That's a big, big downward number, in other words, on their reporting. But they reported these jobs, and now they've had to revise it and take them off the books. More than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans were lifted out of poverty during my administration, and the household wealth of the median Hispanic family grew by 65%. That's a lot, Javier. 65. It makes sense, right? Now it's heading south, by the way, just in case but we'll get it.
Yes, Ellie, we are going to watch that after this one. I got you, bro. I got you, bro. Shout out to everybody subscribing, everybody watching the live show. God bless you. Lori Rain, God bless you. Cece keeping it real. God bless you, man. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Where my boy at T Solar, God bless you. Monkey Juice, you know what time it is. Brett from Canada is in the building. Let's get it.
Back up fast. The Hispanic American high school graduation rate reached an all-time high, and home ownership among Hispanics also hit a record high. And for working families and small businesses like this one, this is not a small business, this is a big business, but we'll call it a small business for tax purposes, okay? We delivered the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We achieved energy independence, and we built the greatest economy any time in the history of the world. It was the strongest economy anybody had ever seen. Under Kamala, it has been one disaster after another. Take a look at the border. You want to really see a disaster. I was there yesterday. What a disaster. After Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes on the bills that caused the worst inflation in decades, the Harris price hikes have cost the typical Nevada family. And you take a look. So the Nevada family spent $32,000 more under this horrible regime.
But this is something Cece said, I guess, is not worried about those black jobs, Lord. And this is the thing, Cece. Look, do we get offended when somebody says, I live in a black community? Do you get offended if somebody tells you that, oh, I live in a black community? Or do you get offended when somebody tells you, "Oh, I have a black-owned business"? Do you get offended? Or when somebody says black television, do you get offended? BET is called Black Entertainment Television. We don't get offended by those things. So, you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't get offended when somebody says black jobs, because we do have black community. We have black-owned businesses. We have black television. We have all of this stuff. So, of course, we have black jobs.
People that don't know what the hell they're doing. Now, Kamala is promising communist price controls on food. Her plan will cause catastrophic inflation, shortages of rationing. The restaurant industry will be obliterated. And I say, welcome to 1929. Do you know what 1929 was? You don't want to know, right? You don't want to know, but that's where they're headed if they do what they're planning. Kamala is also pledging.
What's a black job? This is a black job. I am a black streamer, and I'm streaming right now. So this is a black job right here. It's like saying, what is a black community? It's like saying, what is a black-owned business? It's like saying, what is a black television? BET is a black television. Black entertainment television. It's like saying, what is black entertainment? I just told you. You see, like it's so easy, but we get too emotional. We get into our feelings. Oh, he said black job because he's white. We shouldn't say black jobs. But it's the facts, you know? We have Hispanic jobs. We have Caucasian jobs or white jobs. Like, it is what it is. Let's not get caught up in those words and actually get caught up in the policies. Policies is what matters. Focus on the policies and performance and action. Forget about words. Focus on actions.
The largest tax hikes in American history, and Las Vegas hospitality industry would actually never recover from that. It's the largest tax hikes in history. And, you know, you heard her words last night. She doesn't talk about that. You notice they talked, I guess you mentioned the Trump name many, many times, like 19 or 21 or something. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention the bad economy. She didn't mention crime. She didn't mention any of the things that she's supposed to be mentioning, but she mentioned Trump 21 times or some crazy thing. And she mentioned thank you.
No. Trump was born in 1946, June 14. Damn, Trump is a Gemini. God damn, my wife is a Gemini.
You about 50 times. Did you see the beginning? Thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her? But then she recovered. She did much better. But she didn't tell anything. She didn't say anything. She talked about her family, how beautiful San Francisco was. I just put out a note. I said, well, the word "was" is very important because what the hell happened? Under her, as district attorney, she destroyed San Francisco. And then as the attorney general, she ruined the state of California with her stupid policies. But she was showing her beautiful life in San Francisco, and everybody was joking. That was before she destroyed it. She's supported the idea of a 70 to 80% tax hike. I don't think the man behind me will be happy. You wouldn't mind paying 80% in taxes, would you? What the hell? He says, whatever's good for America, right? 80% tax rate, and now she's even pushing a tax on unrealized capital gains. In other words, the appraisers are going to make a lot of money.
Thank you so much for watching the live show, CC. Keeping it real. God bless you. Get some rest and get to work safe tomorrow. Let's get it.
Which will soon be applied to small business owners, and you will be forced to sell your restaurant immediately, and the new owner won't do the job, and this restaurant will be closed. But we're not going to let that happen, Javier. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, just like the country. So this is really beyond social, because she's a socialist, but she's really a Marxist. A Marxist is a step beyond. Remember how you said at the State of the Union, we will not have socialism in America. We will never be a socialist country. I was right. We skipped over socialism. We're down to communism. Okay. I was right about it, though. I like to be right. This is, thank you. I like that woman. Where are you? I like that. She said, you're always right. But this is beyond socialism. This is the beginning of communism. And it really is. And we can't let that happen. You look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries that we all know so well, and what happened to them can happen to us. It's just a bigger version. That's where we're headed if this group gets elected. But we'll not let Kamala and the group turn America into a communist nation. We're not going to let it happen. We can't let it happen. I'll cut taxes, and what we're doing is we're cutting taxes, regulations. We're going to defeat inflation, rapidly bring prices down, and make America affordable again. It's not affordable. People can't buy, as Javier said before, they can't buy sneakers. They can't buy anything. To help seniors, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. That's
Okay. Are you guys listening? He just said no tax on Social Security benefits. To the Democrats, did you hear that? Did you hear that? No tax on Social Security benefits. Did you hear that, Democrats?
Well, again, it's not affordable. People can't buy, as Javier said before, they can't buy sneakers. They can't buy anything. To help seniors, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. That's a big deal. I don't know. I'm trying to figure for restaurant workers, and all workers, tip workers, it's no tax on tips, but the Social Security, no tax, because they've driven them out of business. These people have suffered, and they've done things the right way. They've saved, and then the inflation destroyed them. And we're going to have no tax on Social Security benefits, and that's a big thing, and it's very important. Just as important as what I said before about the no tax on tips. Kamala wants to bring sky-high California energy prices to the rest of the country, and they have just...
Jessica, how do you separate Joe from Kamala? Like, how do you separate them? She says Joe is the greatest president of the modern times. How do you separate those people? That's her mentor. How do you separate Kamala and Joe? She's not different from him. She's just the younger him. Okay.
Just destroyed California. First time ever, more people left California than came in. They've never had that before because they have the best weather, the most beautiful land. Everything is so good, but they have a terrible governor. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing, but he's got a great line of bullshit, you know? He's got a good line of stuff. We're doing great in California. You know the U-Haulets and the trailers and stuff? They go to Texas, Florida, other states, right? And
also for what's her name? For Lupita Smith. You said please drop real estate tax. Did you know Kamala wants to increase taxes on real estate? I'm just letting y'all know. Okay.
they don't know what to do. They only go one way. They want to try and get them. They want to try and get them back. They have a hard time bringing them back. They don't know what to do. But under the extremist net zero energy policies, what you call them, the extremist, the radical people, they're really hurting our country and ultimately destroying our country. The environmental extremists, we call them. Nevada electricity prices have already increased by 50%. So it's 50%. Do you see them going up there? I mean, you see that? They've gone up by 50% over a very short period of time, and I'll unleash American energy, and we'll cut your prices in half. We'll be able to get your energy prices cut in half, and that goes for the whole nation. That's ridiculous that they've increased that much, and you see that. Wow, that's terrible. I'll deliver universal school choice, letting your child go to the public, private, religious, charter school of your choice, the families.
Jessica, I promise you, I actually want a female president. Oh, Jessica, they're gonna come after us. They say she's not a female. They say she's a woman. I'm telling you, these people, wild. They say this morning when I went live, they said Kamala is not a female. Kamala is a woman. Okay, so yeah, those are the people we're dealing with. Okay, so she's gonna be the first woman president. Okay, but she's not giving that vibe, bro. She's not giving, like, she's not talking to the media. She's not answering questions. So I know what you're saying is you want your daughter to see a woman president, but even if your daughter sees a woman president, that doesn't inspire her. We only get attracted by things that inspire us, or we only get motivated by things that inspire that. But she's not motivating anybody. If you have a daughter right now, does your daughter know who the vice president is currently? No. And don't forget, Kamala is the first woman vice president ever. And nobody knows because she's been hiding.
Choice, and it's something, school choice is a big deal. It's a big deal. Everybody wants school choice. And I'll support our police and stop the crime wave that was caused by this woman. What she's done on the border, you know, she was the border czar. She doesn't want to talk about it. She said, I'm not the border czar. For 4 years, she's the border czar. Now she's not the border czar all of a sudden. You know why? Because people are coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They're coming in by the millions, and they're coming from jails and prisons. They're slightly different meaning. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're emptying out so many of their cities of criminals, and they're busing them into the good old USA. They're busing the worst gang members, the worst drug dealers, terrorists, and they're bringing them in and dropping them here. And they're saying, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to kill you if you come back, or we'll give you the death penalty, but we're going to kill you if you come back. So they're dropping their criminals here. They're emptying their jails and dumping everybody. And these are tough people, too. And they're dumping them into our country. And you take a look at the prison populations all over the world. We're not just talking about South America, all over the world, the Congo in Africa. Many people are coming out of the Congo, and they're coming from jails in the Congo. So their jails are being emptied. The mental institutions are being emptied, and they're all coming to the USA. There'll be customers very shortly of Javier's fine restaurant. What's happening is horrible. It's horrible. And they're destroying our country. and we're going to do the largest deportation in the history of America. We have no choice. We have no choice. And you see the death. You see the death and destruction they're causing. I was at the border yesterday with some people whose families were just obliterated by these horrible, horrible people that have been allowed to come in. And remember, terrorists are coming in at levels we've never seen before. Only bad things can happen. So I'll secure the border, keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country, and we will do something that's very important. I will prevent World War III. You have World War III is on the cusp. You take a look at what's happening. Biden didn't have a clue what he did with Russia and Ukraine, what that happened. That's a war that should have never started. If I were president, zero chance that would have happened. It would have never, and it didn't for 4 years. Same thing with Israel. October 7th would have never happened. And you know what else? You wouldn't have had that horror show, the most embarrassing day in our history, Afghanistan. And very importantly, you wouldn't have had inflation, because inflation was caused by energy. Now it's caused by everything. And the prices are so high that people are being driven out of business, including a lot of Hispanic people, a lot of black people. What's happening with the black population is they're losing their jobs to the people that are pouring across the border. The black population is being decimated. You wait till you see the real numbers that come. They're losing their jobs because Biden and Harris are allowing millions of people to come into our country, and they're taking black people's jobs, African-American jobs. They're taking those jobs, and a lot of those jobs are Hispanic jobs too. And the next thing that's going to be hit, you can tell your union leaders, the unions are going to be hit really, really hard. So I just want to end by saying that November 5th is a very important day. I believe it will go down as the most important day in the history of our country. That means you have to vote. It's going to be a big vote. If we win this state, if we win Nevada, we're going to win something that's going to be very, very special. We're going to win the whole thing. If we win Nevada, we're going to win the whole thing. And I don't know how the hell we can lose it. I've never seen such support, the support we have. So to Javier and his family, it's nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like that group over there. You know, they're a little bit frisky, but I like you very much. So I just want to thank everybody here. You're incredible people. I'm behind you 100%. November 5th, you're going to vote a little earlier than that, but whatever you got to vote. Make sure your vote is secure, because remember, they cheat like hell. Make sure, and again, we win this state. We win the whole thing, and we're going to turn our country around. So thank you very much. Thanks very much, Javier. Thanks.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think he had to answer some questions. Let's see. He answered some questions, but we're not going to watch that. We're going to watch the big dog speech, RFK. Y'all want to watch RFK's speech? Let's go see what RFK talking about. Then we're going to go to Donald Trump's speech. Let's get it.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. 16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first.
Ellie says, Genesis, can you make a poll to see how many are rewatching this? I don't understand what you mean, bro. We actually have a poll right now for who will be the next president. And Trump has 72% of that, and Kamala has 28% of that. Like, you mean like rewatch these videos or what?
Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision.
Shout out to Warrior Life. You know what time it is. Thank you for watching the live stream. God bless you guys. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it. RFK Jr. talking at, I don't know, is this Arizona? I guess this is Arizona, where he endorses Trump. Let's get it.
Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures.
Also, guys, he has a medical condition around his throat, I guess. So, you know, you're going to have to... I could turn on the captions so you guys can actually read if you can hear him.
I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers' markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, to take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money, and senior citizens gave up part of their Social Security checks. Our 50-state organization collected those millions of signatures and more. No presidential campaign in American political history has ever done that. And so I want to thank all of those dedicated volunteers and congratulate the campaign staff who coordinated this enormous logistical feat. Your accomplishments were regarded as impossible. You carried me up that glass mountain. You pulled off a miracle. You achieved what all the pundits said could never be done. You have my deepest gratitude, and I'm never going to forget that, not just for what you did for my campaign, but for the sacrifices you made because you love our country. You showed everyone that democracy is still possible here. It continues to survive in the press and in the idealistic human energies that still thrive beneath the canvas of neglect and of official and institutional corruption. Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not let allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. Now, in an honest system, I believe that I would have won the election. In a system that my father and my uncles thrived in, a system with open debates, with fair primaries, with regularly scheduled debates, with fair primaries, and with a truly independent media untainted by government propaganda and censorship. In a system of nonpartisan courts and election boards, everything would be different. After all, the polls consistently showed me beating each of the other candidates, both in favorability and also in head-to-head matchups. But I'm sorry to say that while democracy may still be alive at the grassroots, it has become little more than a slogan for our political institutions, for our media, and for our government, and most sadly at all for me, the Democratic Party. In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth. The DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself. Each time that our volunteers turned in those towering boxes of signatures needed to get on the ballot, the DNC dragged us into court, state after state, attempting to erase their work and to subvert the will of the voters who had signed those petitions. It deployed DNC-aligned judges to throw me and other candidates off the ballot and to throw.
That's what I don't get. Like, why was he thrown off the ballot when he had all the signatures? Man, goddamn Democrat.
President Trump in jail. It ran a sham primary that was rigged to prevent any serious challenge to President Biden. Then, when a predictably bungled debate performance precipitated the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days. This is profoundly undemocratic. How are people to choose when they don't know whom they are choosing? And how can this look to the rest of the world? My father and my uncle were always conscious of America's image abroad because of our nation's role as the template for democracy, the role model for democratic processes, and the leader of the free world. Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Oh, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate?
See what I mean? How would you mention Trump that many times? This is why I think they're actually helping Trump at this point, because they keep talking about Trump. I used to say, you know what, Trump, stop talking about Kamala, just focus on the policies. And now Kamala is talking about Trump.
In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days. I do interviews every day. Many of you have interviewed me. Anybody who asks gets to interview me. Some days I do as many as 10. President Trump, who actually was nominated and won an election, also does interviews daily. How did the Democratic Party choose a candidate that has never done an interview or debate during the entire election cycle? We know the answers. They did it by weaponizing the government agencies. They did it by abandoning democracy. They did it by suing the opposition and by disenfranchising American voters. What most alarms me isn't how the Democratic Party conducts its internal affairs or runs its candidates. What alarms me is the resort to censorship and media control and the weaponization of the federal agencies. When a US president colludes with or outright coerces media companies to censor political speech, it's an attack on our most sacred right of free expression, and that's the very right upon which all of our other constitutional rights rest. President Biden mocked Vladimir Putin's 88% landslide in the Russian elections, observing that Putin and his party controlled the Russian press and that Putin prevented serious opponents from appearing on the ballot. But here in America, the DNC also prevented opponents from appearing on the ballot. And our television networks expose themselves as Democratic Party organs. Over the course of more than a year in a campaign where my poll numbers reached at times in the high 20s, the DNC-aligned mainstream media networks maintain a near perfect embargo on interviews with me. During his 10-month presidential campaign in 1992, Ross Perot gave 34 interviews on mainstream networks. In contrast, during the 16 months since I declared, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and CNN combined gave only 2 live interviews from me. Those networks instead ran a continuous deluge of hit pieces with inaccurate, often vile, pejoratives and defamatory smears. Some of those same networks and colluded with the DNC to keep me off the debate stage. Representatives of those networks are in this room right now, and I'll just take a moment to ask you to consider the many ways that your institutions have abdicated this really sacred responsibility, the duty of a free press to safeguard democracy and to challenge always the party in power. Instead of maintaining that posture of fierce skepticism toward authority, your institutions have made themselves government mouthpieces and stenographers for the organs of power. You didn't alone cause the devolution of American democracy, but you could have prevented it. The Democratic Party's censorship of social media was even more of a naked exercise of executive power. This week, a federal judge, Terry Doty, upheld my injunction against President Biden, calling the White House's censorship project, quote, the most egregious violation of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. Doty's previous 155-page decision details how just 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, President Biden and his White House opened up a portal and then invited the CIA, the FBI, CISA, which is a censorship agency, it's the center of the censorship industrial complex, DHS, the IRS, and other agencies to censor me and other political dissidents on social media. Even today, users who try to post my campaign videos to Facebook or YouTube get messages that this content violates community standards. 2 days after Judge Doty rendered his decision this week.
So it's not just us, guys. It's not just us. It's not just us that are doing this They're doing it to the big dogs like RFK too. So, yeah, I ain't mad. I'm not mad.
Facebook was still attaching warning labels to an online petition calling on ABC to include me in the upcoming debate. They said that violates community standards, their community standards. The mainstream media was once the guardian of the First Amendment and democratic principles, and has joined this systemic attack on democracy. It also, the media justifies their censorship on the grounds of combating misinformation, but governments and oppressors don't censor lies. They don't fear lies. They fear the truth, and that's what they censor. And I don't want any of this to sound like a personal complaint, because it's not. For me, it's all part of a journey, and it's a journey that I signed up with. But I need to make these observations because I think they're critical for us doing the thing that we need to do as citizens in a democracy to assess where we are in this country and what our democracy still looks like, and the assumptions about U.S. leadership around the globe. And are we living up? Are we really still a role model for democracy in this country? Or have we made it, a kind of a joke? And here's the good news. While mainstream outlets denied me a critical platform, they didn't shut down my ideas, which have especially flourished among young voters and independent voters, thanks to the alternative media. Many months ago, I promised the American people that I would withdraw from the race if I became a spoiler. A spoiler is someone who will alter the outcome of the election but has no chance of winning. In my heart, I no longer believe that I have a realistic path to electoral victory in the face of this relentless systematic censorship and media control. So I cannot in good conscience ask my staff and volunteers to keep working their long hours or ask my donors to keep giving when I cannot honestly tell them that I have a real path to the White House. Furthermore, our polling consistently showed that by staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely hand the election over to the Democrats.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. God bless you for spending your time with me. God bless you for watching the news. And also, this is what it is, okay? We're watching RFK in Arizona giving his endorsement speech. He endorsed Trump, so we're here watching it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel. If you haven't liked the live show, like the live show. God bless you.
With whom I disagree on the most existential issues: censorship, war, and chronic disease. I want everyone to know that I am not terminating my campaign. I am simply suspending it and not ending it. My name, my name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me. And if enough of you do vote for me, and neither of the major party candidates win 270 votes, which is quite possible. In fact, today our polling shows them tying at 269 to 269. And I could conceivably still end up in the White House in a contingent election. But in about 10 battleground states where my presence would be a spoiler, I'm going to remove my name. And I've already started that process and urge voters not to vote for me. It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activities. Not only did we do the impossible by collecting 1 million signatures, we changed the national political conversation forever. Chronic disease, free speech, government corruption, breaking our addiction to war have moved to the center of politics. I can say to all who have worked so hard the last year and a half thank you for a job well done. Three great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, a war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war. The military industrial complex has provided us with a familiar comic book justification, like they do on every war, that this one is a noble effort to stop a supervillain, Vladimir Putin, invading the Ukraine and then to thwart his Hitler-like march across Europe. In fact, tiny Ukraine is a proxy in a geopolitical struggle initiated by the ambitions of the US neocons for American global hegemony. I'm not excusing Putin for invading Ukraine. He had other options. But the war is Russia's predictable response to the reckless neocon project of extending NATO to encircle Russia, a hostile act. The credulous media rarely explained to Americans that we unilaterally walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia and then put nuclear-ready Aegis missile systems in Romania and Poland. This is a hostile act. And that the Biden White House repeatedly spurned Russia's offer to settle this war peacefully. The Ukraine war began in 2014 when US agencies overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine and installed a hand-picked pro-Western government that launched a deadly civil war against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. In 2019, America walked away from a peace treaty, the Minsk Agreement, that had been negotiated between Russia and Ukraine by European nations. And then in April of 2022, we wanted the war. In April of 2022, President Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to force President Zelensky to tear up a peace agreement that he and the Russians had already signed, and the Russians were withdrawing troops.
What? I didn't even know about that. Did y'all know about that? There was a peace treaty? I did not even know about that. What the? Goddamn. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. K-Gamer in the house. Andrea in the house. You know what time it is. April in the house. Jessica in the house. Produce Doug Gaines in the house. Chance. Shadow Band. I don't know now, Shadow Band. Who else? Who else we got? Who else? Man, thank you guys for pulling up. Steven Padilla in the house. Outlaw, you know what time it is. GT. Thank you guys for turning up. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's get it.
Kiev and Donbass and Lugansk. And that peace agreement would have brought peace to the region and would have allowed Donbass and Lugansk to remain part of Ukraine. President Biden stated that month that his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim in this war, and it's a victim of the West. Since then, of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then, we have, since tearing up that agreement, forcing Zelensky to tear up the agreement, we've squandered the flower of Ukrainian youth, as many as 600,000 Ukrainian kids, and over 100,000 Russian kids, all of whom we should be mourning, have died, and the Ukraine's infrastructure is destroyed. The war has been a disaster for our country as well. We squandered nearly $200 billion already. And these are badly needed dollars in our communities, suffering communities all over our country. The Nord Stream pipeline sabotage and the sanctions have destroyed Europe's industrial base, which formed the bulwark of US national security. A strong Germany with a strong industry is a much, much stronger deterrent to Russia, and a Germany that is deindustrialized and turned into just an extension of US military base. We've pushed Russia into a disastrous alliance with China and Iran. We're closer to the brink of nuclear exchange than at any time since 1962. And the neocons in the White House don't seem to care at all. Our moral authority and our economy are in shambles. And the war gave rise to the emergence of BRICS, which now threatens to replace the dollar as the global reserve currency. This is a first-class calamity for our country. Judging by her bellicose, belligerent speech last night in Chicago, we can assume that President Harris will be an enthusiastic advocate for this and other neocon military adventures. And President Trump says that he will reopen negotiations with President Putin and end the war overnight as soon as he becomes president. This alone would justify my support for his campaign. Last summer, it looked like no candidate was willing to negotiate a quick end to the Ukraine war, to tackle chronic disease epidemic, to protect free speech, our constitutional freedoms, to clean corporate influence out of our government, or to defy the neocons and their agenda of endless military adventurism. But now one of the two candidates has adopted these issues as his own, to the point where he has asked to enlist me in his administration. I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Trump. Less than 2 hours after President Trump narrowly escaped assassination, Callie Means called me on my cell phone. I was then in Las Vegas. Callie is arguably the leading advocate for food safety, for soil regeneration, and for ending the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying America's health and ruining our economy. Callie has exposed the insidious corruption at the FDA, the NIH, the HHS, and the USDA that has caused the epidemic. Callie had been working on and off for my campaign, advising me on those subjects since the beginning. And those subjects have been my primary focus for the last 20 years. I was delighted when Callie told me that day that he had also been advising President Trump. He told me President Trump was anxious to talk to me about chronic disease and other subjects and to explore avenues of cooperation. He asked if I would take a call from the president. President Trump telephoned me a few minutes later, and I met with him the following day. A few weeks later, I met again with President Trump and his family members and closest advisors in Florida. In a series of long, intense discussions, I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party. We talked about Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals. That arrangement would allow us to disagree publicly and privately and fiercely, if need be, on issues over which we differ, while working together on the existential issues upon which we are in concordance. I was a ferocious critic of many of the policies during his first administration, and there are still issues and approaches upon which we continue to have very serious differences. But we are aligned with each other on other key issues like ending the forever wars, ending the childhood disease epidemics, securing the border, protecting freedom of speech, unraveling the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, getting the US intelligence agencies out of the business of propagandizing and censoring and surveilling Americans and interfering with our elections. Following my first discussion with President Trump, I tried unsuccessfully to open similar discussions with Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris declined to meet or even to speak with me. Suspending my candidacy is a heart-rending decision for me, but I'm convinced that it's the best hope for ending the Ukraine war and ending the chronic disease epidemic that is eroding our nation's vitality from the inside, and for finally protecting free speech. I feel a moral obligation to use this opportunity to save millions of American children, above all things. In case some of you don't realize how dire the condition is, our children's health and chronic disease in general, I would urge you to view Dr. Carlson's recent interview with Callie Means and his sister, Dr. Casey Means, who is the top graduate of her class at Stanford Medical School. This is an issue that affects all of us far more directly and urgently than any culture war issue and all the other issues that we obsess on and that are tearing apart our country. This is the most important issue. Therefore, it has the potential to bring us together. So let me share a little bit about why I believe it's so urgent. Today, 2/3, we spend more on healthcare than any country on earth, twice what they pay in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes of any nation in the world. We're about 79th in health outcomes behind Costa Rica and Nicaragua and Mongolia and other countries. Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. And during the COVID epidemic, we had the highest body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And CDC says that's because we are the sickest people on earth. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth. And the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was less than 1%. So we've gone from 1% to 66%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, and 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports done about them. Obesity was almost unknown. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3% compared to 50% here. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. When my uncle was president, I was a boy, juvenile diabetes was effectively non-existent. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes during his entire career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. And the mitochondrial disorder that caused diabetes also causing Alzheimer's, which is now classified as diabetes. And it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. There's been an explosion of neurological illnesses that I never saw as a kid: ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, Tourette's syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, Asperger's, autism. In the year 2000, the autism rate was 1 in 1,500. Now, autism rates in kids are 1 in 36, according to CDC nationally. Nobody's talking about this. 1 in every 22 kids in California has autism. And this is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. What is happening to our country? And why isn't this in the headlines every single day? There's nobody else in the world that is experiencing this. This is only happening in America. About 18%, and by the way, there has been no change in diagnosis, which the industry sometimes like to say. There has been no change in screening. This is a change in incidence. In my generation, 70-year-old men, the autism rates are about 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in 34. I'll repeat, in California, 1 in 22. Why are we letting this happen? Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That's like 1 out of every 5. That disease, when I was a kid, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and the old. Young adult cancers are up 79%. 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. And 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 children on SSRIs. So what's causing this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. First, and the worst, is ultra-processed food. About 70% of American children's diet is ultra-processed. That means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grains, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists who many of whom formerly worked for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed thousands of scientists to figure out new chemicals to make the food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans aren't biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but ubiquitous in American processed foods. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, and our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell of our bodies. The assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. And name just one problem. Many of these chemicals increase estrogen because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors. America's puberty rate is now occurring at age 10 to 13, which is 6 years earlier than girls were reaching puberty in 1900. Our country has the earliest puberty rates of any continent on the earth. And no, this isn't because of better nutrition. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen driven, and it now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and our adults. Considering the grievous human cost of this tragic epidemic of chronic disease, it seems almost...
Shout out to everybody for watching. Outlaw, go get some sleep, bro. You got to go to work. You got to go to work, bro. Get some sleep. All right, people, thank you so much for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. I think RFK is making so much sense. You know, like if you think about it, 1 in 5 Americans is obese. You know what I mean? Like everybody's sick. Everybody's, you know what I mean? Like if you think about it. So, man, we just got to do better. I totally agree with him when it comes to all of that stuff.
Almost crass to mention the damage it does to our economy. But I'll say it is crippling the nation's finances. When my uncle was president, our country spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, government healthcare spending is almost all for chronic disease. And it's double the military budget. And it is the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. And chronic disease costs more to the economy as a whole, costs at least $4 trillion, 5 times our military budget.
Okay, Bean is back. Bean is back, people. Andrea, are you going to break the news to him? Because, thank you. Okay, Andrea already took him off.
And that's a 20% drag on everything we do and everything we aspire to. Poor and minority communities suffer disproportionately. People who worry about DEI or about bigotry of any kind, this dwarfs anything. We are poisoning the poor. We are systematically poisoning minorities across this country. Industry lobbyists have made sure that most of the food stamp lunch program, about 70% of food stamps and about 70 or 77% of school lunches are processed foods. There's no vegetables. There's nothing that you would want to eat. We are just poisoning the poor citizens, and that's why they have the highest chronic disease burden of anybody, any demographic in our country, and the highest in the world. The same food industry lobbied to make sure that nearly all agricultural subsidies go to commodity crops that are the feedstock of processed food industry. These policies are destroying small farms, and they're destroying our soils. We give about, I think, 8 times as much in subsidies to tobacco than we do to fruits and vegetables. It makes no sense. If we want a healthy country, the good news is that we can change all this. We can change it very, very quickly. America can get healthy again. To do that, we need to do 3 things. First, we need to root out the corruption in our health agencies. Second, we need to change incentives in our healthcare system. And third, we need to inspire Americans to get healthy again. 80% of NIH grants go to people who have conflicts of interest. These are the people, virtually everybody who sits, Joe Biden just appointed a new panel to NIH to decide the food recommendations. And they're all people who are from the industry. They're all people who are from the processed food companies. They're deciding what Americans, here is healthy. And the recommendations on the food pyramid and what goes to our school lunch programs, what go to the program,
Shout out to Ben Mosery. He says, inspiring Americans to be healthy means national health standards. God bless you, Ben. God bless you.
The Swiss program, the food stamp programs, they're all corrupted and conflicted individuals. These agencies, the FDA, USDA, and CDC, all of them are controlled by giant for-profit corporations. 75%.
Outlaw, I will be back here in the morning, let's say by like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. So I go live in the mornings and in the nighttime. So morning time before like 12 noon, I should be on here. And then nighttime before 11 p.m., I should be here. So Eastern time, okay? Eastern time. I'm in Georgia, okay? So say between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m., I'm always here. And between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m., I'm always here every day.
Percent of the FDA's funding doesn't come from taxpayer, it comes from pharma. And pharma executives and consultants and lobbyists cycle in and out of these agencies with President Trump's backing. I'm going to change that. We're going to staff these agencies with honest scientists and doctors who are free from industry funding. We're going to make sure the decisions of consumers, doctors, and patients are informed by unbiased science. A sick child is the best thing for the pharmaceutical industry. When American children or adults get sick with a chronic condition, they're put on medication for their entire
Shout out to you, Outlaw. God bless you, bro. Have a wonderful night. See you tomorrow.
life. Imagine what will happen when Medicare starts paying for Ozempic, which costs $1,500 a month, and it's being recommended for children as young as 6, all for a condition, obesity, that is completely preventable and barely even existed 100 years ago. And 74% of Americans are obese. The cost, if all of them took their Ozempic prescription, is $3 trillion a year.
Dang.
This is a drug that is made by Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe. It's a Danish company, and the Danish government does not recommend it. It recommends change in diet to treat obesity, and exercise. And in our country, the recommendation now is for Ozempic to children at age 6. Novo Nordisk, the biggest company in Europe, and virtually its entire value is based upon its projections of what it's going to sell, of the Ozempic it's going to sell to America. And we have the food lobbyists have a bill in front of Congress today that is backed by the White House, backed by Vice President Harris and President Biden to allow this to happen. This $3 trillion cost that is going to bankrupt our country. For a fraction of that amount, we could buy organic food for every American family, 3 meals a day, and eliminate diabetes altogether. We're going to bring healthy food back to school lunches. We're going to stop subsidizing the worst foods with our agricultural subsidies. We're going to get toxic chemicals out of our food. We're going to reform the entire food system. And for that, we need new leadership in Washington. Because unfortunately, both the Democrats and the Republican parties are in cahoots with the big food producers, big pharma and big ag, which are.
K Gamer 89. This is something that I actually figured out. Did you know that I used to think it's expensive to eat healthy. If you go to Walmart right now, or you go to Publix, or you go to Kroger, or wherever you buy your food, Target, wherever. If you wanted to buy broccoli, you wanted to buy like carrots, cabbage, lettuce, and stuff like that, it's actually very affordable. It's not just delicious to eat. So I bought carrots, I bought baby lettuce, I bought green beans, and it came up to I bought a chunk of them, and it came up to it wasn't even up to $25. So it's really not that hard. Oh, it's really not that expensive to eat healthy. It's just, it's not filling in your belly, because when you eat like that, let's say you eat carrots, you eat cabbage, and then you eat cucumber, you're not gonna get filled up like that because you're still hungry. But it's healthy for your body, high in fiber, it's high in all the stuff that's good for you, your vitamins up, but we don't want to eat that way because it's not filling, because we're used to eating a lot of food, like sweet beans, mac and cheese, and stuff like that. But it's really not that expensive to eat healthy. It's really not that expensive to eat healthy.
Among the DNC's major donors, Vice President Harris has expressed no interest in addressing this issue. 4 more years of Democratic rule will complete the consolidation of corporate and neocon power, and our children will be the ones who suffer most. I got involved with chronic disease 20 years ago, not because I chose to or wanted to. It was essentially thrust upon me. It was an issue that should have been central to the environmental movement. I was a central leader at that time. But it was widely ignored by all the institutions, including the NGOs, who should have been protecting our.
Way to go, K Gamer. Okay, I'm just gonna call you Shauna because, goddamn. Way to go, Shauna. That's the fact. I'm trying to, well, the goal is to be able to plant your own seeds and stuff like that. That would be cool to do. I would like to learn some, trick from you. That would be really cool to do. To teach my daughter how to plant and stuff like that. That would be really cool. And somebody's talking about, well, I'm not even going to entertain that, okay?
Our kids against toxins. It was an orphaned issue, and I had a weakness for orphans. I watched generations of children get sicker and sicker. I had 11 siblings, and I had 7 kids myself. I was conscious of what was happening in their classrooms and to their friends, and I watched these sick kids, these damaged kids. In that generation, almost all of them are damaged, and nobody in power.
Yes, guys, this is what we should be doing. Your Silver says eat moringa. It's very healthy and nutritional and relatively cheap. Let me go Google that. I don't even know what that is. Let me go Google that. Everybody put healthy food in the chat. Healthy food in the chat. Healthy food in the chat. Let's get it. Healthy food recommendations in the chat. Put it in the chat. Let's get it.
Power seemed to care or to even notice. For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. The chronic disease crisis was one of the primary reasons for my running for president, along with ending censorship in the Ukraine war. It's the reason I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. This decision is agonizing for me because of the difficulties it causes my wife and my children and my friends. But I have the certainty that this is what I've meant to do. And that certainty gives me internal peace, even in storms. If I'm given the chance to fix the chronic disease crisis and reform our food production, I promise that within 2 years, we will watch chronic disease burden lift dramatically. We will make Americans healthy again. Within 4 years, America will be a healthy country.
Did he just say we would make America healthy again? God damn. He's with Trump for sure. Tell you that much.
We will be stronger, more resilient, more optimistic, and happier. I won't fail in doing this. Ultimately, the future, however it happens, is in God's hands and in the hands of the American voters and those of President Trump. If President Trump is elected and honors his word, the vast burden of chronic disease that now demoralizes and bankrupts the country will disappear. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, through hard-nosed logic, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children and reversed this country's chronic disease epidemic. I'm 70 years old. I may have a decade to be effective. I can't imagine that President Harris, a president.
Somebody says vinegar. I just wanted to go check my apple cider vinegar right here. Is this the one you're talking about? I don't know if you can see it. I think I got this from like Walmart. This guy. And well, this isn't the same honey though. This is like Buzz Bees honey.
Harris would allow me or anyone to solve these dire problems. After 8 years of President Harris, any opportunity for me to fix the problem will be out of my reach forever. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. I'm choosing to believe that this time he will follow through. His son, his biggest donors, his closest friends, and all support this objective. My joining the Trump campaign will be a difficult sacrifice for my wife and children, but worthwhile if there's even a small chance of saving these kids. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more.
Whoa, Andrea. Goddamn, 19 years. Whoa. I'm looking at my girl. I'm saying, girl, we going to have to leave separately. And you been together for 19 years. Salute.
Then we hate each other. That's why I launched my campaign to unify America. My dad and uncle made such an enduring mark on the character of our nation, not so much because of any particular policies that they promoted, but because they were able to inspire profound love for our country and to fortify our sense of ourselves as a national community held together by ideals. They were able to put their love into the intentions and hearts of ordinary Americans and to unify a national populist movement of Americans, Blacks and whites, Hispanics, urban and rural Americans, inspired affection and love and high hopes and a culture of kindness that continue to radiate among Americans from their memory. That's the spirit on which I ran my campaign and that I intend to bring into the campaign of President Trump. Instead of vitriol and polarization, I will appeal to the values that unite us, the goals that we could achieve if only we weren't at each other's throats. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. If we all unite around that issue now, we can finally give them the protection, the health, and the future that they deserve. Thank you all very much.
Shout out to.
So he starts.
Nope. Shout out to RFK. You know what time it is. That was actually really good. Anyway, so this is President Trump's rally in Arizona. It's pretty dope. Yeah, RFK is definitely, one of those people that you would say he actually inspires change for real. Like, actually for real. Anyway, thank you guys for watching the live show. God bless you, Brett, Andrea. Who else? The Spectrum, FHL, Thomas, K Gamer. That's a pretty Shauna right there. We got Shadow Band up, Opinion, your boy. Who else, man? WT Fisty. Your name is really hard to pronounce, but you be my dog, bro. Yeah, man. Now let's watch Trump in Arizona. Let's get it.
Sing MAGA.
Who else likes Carrie Lake? I think Carrie Lake would do like really good in a cabinet position if she walks with Trump, but she obviously walks with Trump. So Carrie Lake too is one person that I would say if she was like a candidate, you got to know she's going to kill it.
You can't suppress us. So we're not going to let them take this amazing energy in this arena out. We've got to turn them off. Are you okay with that? Turn them off. Turn the TV off. Get rid of your subscriptions if you're still getting the newspaper, because it's not worth it. We need this energy for the next 2.5 months, and we can't let any of it die down. So, by the way, thank you for the beautiful happy birthday song. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was 55 years ago. Thank you. Oh, we got the rowdy ones over here. Oh, man. Okay, 55 years ago, in the summer of '69, my mom, Sheila, delivered her 9th and final baby, yours truly. I wish that my mom and my dad were alive right now to see this. I really do. My mom was a nurse. My dad was a very successful head football coach. And I will tell you this, speaking of football coaches, we've heard a lot about them lately. Coach Larry Lake supplied the young men that he was coaching with helmets and shoulder pads. Unlike this assistant coach, Tim Walls, who supplied his young men with tampons and maxi pads. What the hell? What the hell? That is the most absurd and twisted thing I've ever heard. I do know though, if my parents were alive today, they would be right up here in the front row, right by my daughter. And they would be cheering me on with a MAGA hat and a Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate t-shirt to help celebrate my birthday. I really know that. So today I am officially, once again, 29 years old. But I somehow have 55 years of experience under my belt. No, but really, in all seriousness, there's no place I would rather be than right here with all of you on this day, and with the greatest president in the history of this country, Donald J. Trump. I'm worried we're going to wear out our energy. We got to save some of this because the man you're here to see is coming up next. So I have to tell you a story, okay? This is actually the second birthday that I have spent with President Trump. On this day 3 years ago, I spent my 52nd birthday in New York City. Now, of course, I'd met President Trump before. In my previous life, when I was working in the news, I had the privilege of interviewing President Trump when I was one of the last remaining fair and honest journalists. But this time, a few years ago, I got to connect with him for the first time in my new life in politics, and it was an experience I'll never forget. I was at Trump Tower. I took that famous golden escalator up. I hopped onto a golden elevator and shot up to the 26th floor of the beautiful Trump Tower in Manhattan. And as I was looking out on that skyline, much of which, contrary to a well-known politician who said, "You didn't build that," Donald Trump had indeed built that, a big part of the skyline of New York. And I thought to myself, so is this what Frank Sinatra sang about in New York, New York? This was Trump Tower. This was New York City. If we could make it there, you can make it anywhere. Jeff and I were there. We were led into his office, and behind a large, beautiful desk sat a larger-than-life Donald J. Trump. He welcomed us. And immediately we launched into a recap, and he remembered a recap of a Turning Point event that we had both attended about a month earlier. And he talked about the huge, loud, incredible, warm applause that I had received when he called out my name from you, the people of Arizona. And he said to me, I'll never forget it. He said, "Carrie, that wasn't a poll that you hire a pollster to do. That was a real poll. That was the people telling me who they support." Right? And then he began asking a few questions about how the campaign was going, polling, about policy. And I'll be honest, I was able to answer all of them with no problem, except one. A very important question that took Jeff and me completely off guard. And my husband, I don't know where he is. Are you out here, Jeff, somewhere? Come here, hon. Say hi to Jeff, please. Do you remember what the president asked us?
He asked us how long we'd been married.
That's what stumped us. Jeff forgot. And to Jeff's benefit, I also forgot. Now, we turned to each other and we started counting and doing the math, and we came up with the figure 23 years. So we'll never get that wrong again, will we? I love you. I love this man. Thanks, hon. 3 weeks ago, Jeff and I celebrated our 26th anniversary. It feels like the first year, doesn't it? So let me get through this story. So what was supposed to be a 15-minute meeting had turned into an hour-long conversation with Donald Trump. At the end of it all, the president rose, he shook our hands, he told me he would support me and endorse me. It was the greatest birthday gift I'd ever received. Really great. So, long story long, I spent my 52nd birthday in New York City with the greatest president. I'm spending my 55th birthday here in Glendale with all of you and the greatest president. And Arizona, I look forward to spending my 56th birthday in Washington, D.C. with the greatest president representing you, the greatest people in the entire country. Decades ago, like many of you, on my 18th birthday, I registered as a Republican, inspired by a man named President Ronald Reagan, whose very powerful words still guide us. I think one of his most famous speeches, he said, "You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness." That speech was called A Time for Choosing. And that's exactly where we stand at this moment. We're at a crossroads and we have a choice right now. We either save this country and our best days are ahead of us, or we plunge into 1,000 years of darkness. Guys, we're going to save this country. Ronald Reagan spoke those words on behalf, did you know this? He spoke those words on behalf of Arizona's favorite son, Senator Barry Goldwater, a man whose Senate seat I would be honored to fill. I really would. The media, you know, back then the media called him extreme. The media called Reagan extreme. They called Trump extreme. They call me extreme. And they call each and every one of you extreme. Yep. Because we are on to their corrupt system. Can you imagine? Can you imagine calling a middle-aged mom like me a far-right extremist? She said, "We love it." You know what? So far, I have been right about everything. And the only extreme thing about us and me is that I'm extremely worried about my children's future. I am. I'm extremely worried about what my opponent, Ruben Gallego, will do to the state that we love. I'm running against the most radical man to ever run for office in Arizona history. Have you seen Ruben's commercials? Honestly, they should come with a laugh track because they are an absolute joke. They really are. For a decade in Congress, this man was a card-carrying member of the Progressive Caucus, a man actually to the left of Bernie Sanders and to the left of the Squad. And now he's bombarding our airwaves with ads meant to make him look like a cross between Mr. Rogers and G.I. Joe. When in reality, he's just Nancy Pelosi with a scruffy beard. Now, guys, if you don't mind it, I'm about to lay out some hard truths about my opponent, Ruben Gallego. And I'm not telling you this to be mean. I'm really not. I'm telling you this because the people have got to know before they vote who this guy is. His ads leave out a whole lot of despicable treatment of women. His ads don't tell you that about the time that he harassed and threatened a 20-year-old female intern, and when she complained about it, she was fired. His ads don't tell you about the fact that his fellow Democrats down at the state legislature gave him the nickname the Troll because of how creepy and degrading he was with women. And his ads don't tell you about the time he told a Latina woman that because she was a Republican, she wasn't a real Latina. Can I hear it for our incredible conservative Latino women? We got a house full, including my daughter right down there. His ads don't tell
I didn't
you,
leave you alone.
frankly,
I'm
about
cooking. I'm
the most
hungry.
unforgivable
I'm
act
cooking.
against
I didn't
a
leave you,
woman.
Andrea.
When he walked out on his pregnant wife when she was 9 months pregnant, days before she delivered their firstborn child, he served her papers and he ran off to sleep with a DC lobbyist. That's despicable. I can promise you, if Ruben Gallego will abandon his family to jump in bed with a lobbyist, he will abandon Arizona in favor of DC lobbyists every single vote. If his treatment of women isn't enough to keep him out of the U.S. Senate, then his voting record ought to be. I want to talk about his votes. He supports open borders. He told donors, this is actually shocking, he told donors when it comes to the border, it's not his expertise. He called the border wall, which is keeping us safe in some areas, dumb and stupid. And he voted against the SAVE Act. That means he wants millions of illegals to vote in this upcoming November election. Bad idea, Ruben. He voted for sanctuary cities. He supports amnesty. He's weak on law and order. I don't even think he likes our police officers. He actually called them the bad guys. He did. The direct quote, in case the media wants to, fact check me, he said the bad guys are the ones behind the police line. How dare you, Ruben? How dare you? He marched in defund the police rallies, and then he threatened ICE agents. He's weak on the economy. He voted for legislation that resulted in this 40-year high inflation. That's why we can't afford anything. And when it came to the very short period of time that he worked in the private sector, he was a director for a bank that built immigrant families out of their life savings. And another company he worked for, under federal investigation during Ruben's time for Medicare fraud. Guys, I'm telling you all this because the fake news media won't cover him. Let me tell you, if I had one of those digs against me, they would be all up, all over it, and they won't cover him. If Ruben Gallego is willing to defraud Medicare, he's willing to cut Medicare. He ripped off our seniors before, he will do it again. I want you to know when it comes to Medicare and Social Security, our seniors paid into it and they lived up to their end of the deal. Uncle Sam needs to live up to his end of the deal. Let me be perfectly clear, when I'm in the US Senate, any politician that tries to lay a finger on your Medicare or your Social Security will have to go through me. And worse yet, they're going to have to go through President Trump, and that guy's bulletproof.
Can everybody just agree on this fact? Carrie Lake, she's good looking now. We ain't gonna lie. With the short hair, man, she is.
Arizona, we've got to reject the dead-end Biden-Harris agenda that Ruben Gallego voted for 100% of the time. We can't take 4 more years of this. But the good news is we don't have to take 4 more years of it. The problems we face are massive, but the solutions are so simple. America First policies, strong economy, safe border, safe streets, energy dominance, record low inflation, mortgage rates, unemployment. When we win, we're going to bring back that hot job market that President Trump introduced. Frankly, the only people I want to see out of a job are the human smugglers, the drug smugglers, the child traffickers, the cartels, and I'd like to see the propagandists in the media on the unemployment line. Arizona, we deserve clean, safe, and secure neighborhoods. We deserve to be prosperous again, and our children deserve a shot at the American dream. And I'm going to be a little bit selfish right now. I'm not a career politician. I'm a mother of...
Yo, FHL. How did you know, bro? Everything you typed in there is in here, bro. Everything you typed in there is in here, bro. The onion powder, all that stuff is in here. Shout out to Vegas. You know what time it is. Vegas, welcome back home.
2 beautiful children. My son is 19. Here, let's hear it for our boys.
K Gamer is right. Romaine noodles with eggs and onions and a little bit of spicy. I love it spicy. If my food isn't spicy, I'm not gonna eat it.
Our strong young men, we need you guys. I'm worried about my son and daughter's future, and I'm worried about your future as well. I'm a fed up mama bear who recognizes that President Trump is the only person who can lead us out of this nightmare and restore the American dream. And that's why we elected him in 2016 and in 2020. Are you ready to elect him again in 2024? Arizona, vote Trump for president and Lake for U.S. Senate. We know President Trump stands for American greatness. I will stand for Arizona greatness. So here's my promise to you, starting on day one. I will work with President Trump to secure the border and finish the wall. That's right. That's right. From the Gulf Coast all the way to the Pacific Ocean. 16 million people have poured across our border during the Biden invasion. In order to save our homeland, we got to send them back to their homeland. We will begin the largest repatriation operation this world has ever seen. We will define the drug cartels. We will define the drug cartels as foreign terrorists, and we will use every ounce of energy our law enforcement and military has to put them out of business for good. That's how we end human smuggling. That's how we end child sex trafficking. And that is how we end the scourge of fentanyl. The number one cause of death right now for our young people is fentanyl poisoning. Too many sons and daughters and sisters and brothers and loved ones are being wiped out by these cheap counterfeit poisonous pills. 290,000 young people are gone under border czar Kamala Harris and Ruben Gallego. Gone. Under their reign of incompetence, we've lost a generation of young Americans. This is our future. This generation is our future, and we want it to be strong. So my message to young voters, and they're all over this place, I will be your biggest advocate in Washington, D.C. I will do everything I can to help you guys start a family, own a home, and live the American dream. I have one favor to ask you, though. I want you guys, when you think of that American dream, to dream big, really, really big, okay? Because the future is going to be bright. The future coming your way is going to be very, very bright. Now, a couple more promises. Before I vote on any legislation, first of all, I plan to read it, okay? And then I'm going to ask myself a few questions. Will this make Arizona safer, stronger, more affordable? Will it make our country more secure and prosperous? And is it constitutional? And
Also, like, I feel like she's relating with the audience. She's not just reading from the teleprompter like Kamala did last night. You know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Just my opinion. I don't know what you guys think, though.
And if the answer is yes, 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 and yes, then I'm going to vote yes for it. It's pretty simple. I will support legislation that calls for the death penalty for any criminal who kills a police officer in the line of duty.
Yes, she is. I know. I just said it, bro. She is reading from a teleprompter, but she's relating with the audience, bro. She's not just going hands up, hands down. She's relating with the audience. So everything she's saying is actually not from the teleprompter. Of course, there's a teleprompter out there.
And my message to law enforcement, any of you in this crowd, let me hear from you if you're in this crowd and you're law enforcement. And their families. Any family of law enforcement here? I've got your back because you always have our back. I've got your back. And that's why the law enforcement unions around this state have endorsed me. Got a message to moms and dads. This one's really near to my heart. I will crack down on any school pushing gender insanity on our precious children. We're done. We're done. We're done. God did not put our kids in the wrong body.
Damn. Damn. That is the line right there. God did not put our kids in the wrong body. That right there. That right there.
The people pushing this sickness are in the wrong job. I will support education that focuses on teaching the fundamentals along with skills training so our kids are ready for the jobs right out of high school. And I will help save girls' sports and save women's athletic scholarships. Girl power. Democrats always say, trust the science. Well, I do, and the science shows there's only two genders. Okay, finally, we're going to address the water issue in Arizona and the American Southwest. We're going to identify new sources of water and explore desalination options, including piping fresh water into the West. And we're going to make California do more to collect water runoff and snowmelt. Arizona's tired of being punished for California's recklessness. We need a return to common sense America First policies. We're going to take our first step toward that when we vote in Arizona. Ballots hit mailboxes October 9th. Yes, we have voting season here. And Election Day is November 5th. And we all have a part in saving America. Vote early if you want. Sign up to be a poll worker and a poll observer. Go to tpaction.com/100 and sign up to be a ballot chaser. Can you do that, guys? And if you know somebody who lives outside of Arizona who wants to come and help our state, Turning Point Action will pay for their hotel for the month of October so they can come in and chase ballots. Invite your friends in. We all have got to get involved. No one is too.
This is why America is where it is. You guys are worried about gender. Oh, it's XXXY. Like, who cares, bro? Like, it's only boys and girls. Move on. 1 in 5 Americans are obese. You're here worrying about gender? Y'all are on pills every day? You're on prescription drugs every day? You worried about gender? Man, get out of here.
Too young, no one is too old. We welcome, and Charlie said it, By the way, is Charlie Kirk great? He's amazing. Charlie said it. We welcome all Republicans, independents, and disaffected Democrats to this movement. It's called America First. We're not just Republicans first. We welcome everybody. This is about bringing America together. Our founding father, Benjamin Franklin, was 81 years old when he said, "We have a republic if you can keep it." We are in the if you can keep it part. And at 43 years old, John F. Kennedy famously said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." We got to step it up and save our country right now. And one of the greatest leaders in humankind who's about to take the stage always says, "Let's make America great again." We will do it. Arizona, vote Donald J. Trump for president. Vote Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate. And vote Republican up and down that ballot. And when you do, we will make Arizona great again. We will make America great again. I love you all. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And God bless State 48.
Legacy that he has built. I will never stop fighting for you.
He's ready to go face the cameras and come out swinging.
The support that he
Yo, Trump is a superstar, bro. Man, look how this man came out. This man came out like Kanye West, bro. Goddamn. Man coming out like Kanye West.
1, 2. Presidential mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2.
Thank you to everybody that tuned in and they got to go back to sleep. God bless you. Thank you so much to Kathy Guest. Shout out to Tiara K. God bless you guys. Everybody else watching, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Let's get it.
There's only one person who can make that vision a reality. Donald J. Trump.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body.
This is the most resilient human being I've ever met.
We will defend America against all threats and protect America against all dangers.
He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first.
You had a prosperity under Trump. People's incomes were going up.
Not only did he keep his promise, but the results are there to show.
We will never give in. We will never give up. And we will never stop fighting for our country, our flag, and our freedom.
There is no bulldozer strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built.
I will never stop fighting for you.
He's ready to go face the cameras and come out swinging.
The support that he has, he's the way that this brick is going to blow up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Why the hell is it fucking man? What did like Trump comes out like Hulk Hogan, bro. Like this man be coming out like Kanye West. Like, come on, man, goddamn. Yo, Trump is on another level, y'all. It's too goddamn slow. What the hell going on? Yeah, of course. Times on the sun. Yeah, of course. What was I thinking playing from there, man? Goddamn. Cracking this shit. Yeah, I'm gonna play this one right here.
Well, thank you very much, and a very big hello, Arizona. Hello, Phoenix. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You built our country. 74 days from now, can you imagine? 74 days. Then we gently move into that beautiful White House and we take over our country and we make it great again. We're going to win Arizona. We're going to defeat Comrade Kamala Harris. And we're going to win back our beautiful White House. We're going to win it back. We're going to win it back in record force. Everyone here tonight is part of the greatest political movement in the history of our country. You know, this is the greatest political movement. It's called Make America Great Again. And it's right now bigger and better and stronger than it ever was before. You know, we won in 2016 and we did much better in 2020. A lot of people don't understand that, but we understand it. Millions and millions more votes. But those two are nothing like the spirit that we have now. It's amazing. And that's because we've seen how bad government can be. That's why it's combinations of a lot of things. But the job they've done in destroying our country is unbelievable, and people have seen it. And because of that, there's never been anything like this. Right, Carrie? Right? Our movement is not about Democrat versus Republican. It's about patriotism and common sense. We have a common sense. We're the party of common sense. You say what you want. Nice to say conservative, but really, we're the party of common sense. We want fair elections, free elections. We want strong borders. We want a great military. We want great education. We want a nice home and low interest rates or low taxes and no regulations. That's why we're welcoming support from millions and millions of disaffected Democrats, and they are joining like wildfire. Now, it's a little different than it was. You know, we had somebody, I was up 18 points, and they said, Joe, you can't win. You're getting out of the race. No, I want to go and give it a shot. No, Joe, you're getting out of the race, Joe. And if you don't do it the nice way, we'll do it the tough way, Joe. And he said, okay, and now I have a new opponent. This never happened before. We spent $100 million and a lot of time on defeating him. And as soon as he was gonzo, it all started with the debate. The debate. All that time, all that effort. A friend of mine said, you did a terrible job in the debate. I said, why do you say that? Everybody said I was brilliant. They said, no, you got him out of the race with that debate. It's all right. We have to do what we have to do, right? We have to do what we have to do. And now we have somebody that, in theory, should be easier to beat. In theory, because she's a radical left Marxist, and everybody knows it. But we're welcoming the support from millions of disaffected Democrats, independents, moderates, old-fashioned liberals who still believe in things like, little things like borders. I was there yesterday. That's a scary place. Sir, it's about time that you get out of the sun, sir. We're going to have to get you out of here, sir. Let's get the hell out of here. She was the border czar. She presided over the worst border in history, not American history, world history. Democracy, liberty, and of course, always the right of free speech. We don't really have free speech right now. The press, look at all of them. Look at all of them. Look at that. Wow.
Man, that's a lot of press. That's a lot of fake news. That's a hell of a lot of fake news. Gone forever is the old Democratic Party of FDR, JFK, and that's right, even Bill Clinton. Kamala Harris's Democrat Party is the party of free health care for illegal aliens, communist-style price controls, defund the police. All her life she wants to defund the police. A little while ago she changed, didn't she, huh? Banning gas-powered cars and sex changes for minor children without parental consent. How about that one? How would you like that? Without parental consent, can you imagine your kid comes home without parental consent? What happened to my baby? What happened? The true divide in American politics today is between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group, and you know who her group is, and citizens of all political backgrounds who love our country, share traditional American values, the values that you have right here in this great state, and look past our differences to unite around a thing called our great American flag. And we should speak to our great congressmen and congresswomen. They ought to make it illegal to burn the American flag. If you burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. 1 year, that's all, 1 year.
Yo, this is why I'm voting for Trump, guys. This is why I am voting for Trump. God damn it. If you burn the American flag, you're going to jail 1 year. God damn. This is a leader right here. Please tell me again why you don't like this guy, Democrats. Man, y'all be wild.
You burn the American flag because in Chicago at the Democrat deal, they were burning flags all over the place. You burn the American flag. They say it's unconstitutional to do that. I think it's constitutional. You burn the American flag, you go to jail for 1 year. Nobody's going to be burning the American flag anymore. Our opponents worship the deep state. We want to obliterate the deep state. Slight difference. Our opponents, thank you. Our opponents join with warmongers and neocons to wage endless wars, these wars that never end. We don't even know who the hell the country is that we're fighting. We believe that America is strongest when America is at peace. We want peace through strength. That's what we want.
Democrats, can you hear what he's saying? Tell me what he's saying is bad, that he wants peace. America wants peace. How, don't you want peace? God damn.
We had 4 years ago. We didn't have any wars, except we wiped out ISIS very quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years to beat ISIS. I did it in 3 weeks. They support coercive COVID vaccine mandates and want to fire you. If you don't obey, you get fired. We oppose these mandates as a fundamental violation of our God-given rights. We don't want the mandates. We don't want the mandates. They want to arrest their political opponents and silence those who disagree. We reject censorship in all forms, and we believe in freedom, open debate, and fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. Our opponents slander us as a threat to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. No, they're a threat to democracy. How many times have you heard, it's a talking point for them, right, Deb? It's a talking point. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. And those guys say it too, because they're the same thing. They're like they're a subsidiary of the Democrat Party. Meanwhile, they rig their primaries. They force out Joe Biden. They force him out of the party. Joe Biden got 14 million votes in an unconstitutional coup, and they appoint a nominee who never got a single vote. And when she ran against this guy, and I'm no fan, he was the worst president in the history of our country. He let in millions and millions of people through her. Let in millions of people would destroy our country. But we're going to get those people out, the people that came in here from jails and prisons and mental institutions. But they threw them out. You know, they ran against each other for the primary, and she never even made it to the first state, the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now she's the one running. A little strange, isn't it? You see, that's really a threat to democracy if you get right down to it, right? In our movement, we know that democracy does not mean rule by the Democrat establishment. It means rule by the American people. Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected. He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
God damn, what kind of video is this, man? Who has the good video? God, Jesus, man, what's going on? Wait.
And he deserves it. He deserves it.
This is the thing. You gotta respect Trump, bro. He inspires every chance he gets. Just watching this video right here, I'm pumped, bro. I want to go harder. I want to go, I want to achieve so much. Just he doesn't even need to do. He just needs to, man, goddamn.
For the past 16 months, Bobby has run an extraordinary campaign for President of the United States. I know, because he also went after me a couple of times. I didn't like it. And I mean this sincerely. Had he been allowed to enter the Democrat primary, he would have easily beaten Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let him in. They put up rules. I've never seen rules like he had to have 65% of the vote in order to run, little things like that. His candidacy has inspired millions and millions of Americans, raised critical issues that have been too long ignored in this country, and brought together people from across the political spectrum in a positive campaign grounded in the American values of his father, Robert Kennedy, a great man, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy. And I know that they are looking down right now, and they are very, very proud of Bobby. I'm proud of Bobby. You want to know the truth? And I don't think I've ever introduced anyone that got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think I got applause like that. Amazing. It's true.
Amazing.
Man, RFK is going hot, bro. This is amazing. This is amazing, guys. Whoa, this is so amazing. Goddamn.
Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes. He knows firsthand the risks incurred by leaders who stand up to the corrupt political establishment. When you stand up, you bring on some trouble for yourself, but you have to do what's right. You have to do what's right for the country. I will tell you, we are both in this to do what's right for the country. That's one thing I can tell you. He lost his father and uncle in service to our country, and Bobby himself was subject to repeated threats to his safety during the course of his campaign while being denied protection by the Harris-Biden administration. And this is a tribute in honor of Bobby. I am announcing tonight that upon my election, I will establish a new independent presidential commission on assassination attempts.
Oh. Yo. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? That is, yo. I just read someone say, my parent worked hard for 10 years to earn the honor of being able to apply for citizenship. It took me 5 years, though. It took me 5 years. Yeah, it took me like 5.5 years to become a United States citizen.
And they will be tasked with releasing all of the remaining documents pertaining to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy.
Whoa. Whoa. Did you guys hear that? Oh,
And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination. And we're going to do that. And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. We want every child in America to grow up and to live a long and healthy life.
what is so bad in what he's saying, guys? Like, what is bad in what he's saying? What he's saying is for the future of our kids. Like, come on, man. Come on. This is why I am voting for Trump. Man, if bro. Yo.
So I just want to ask Bobby to speak for a little while. I'll stand aside. I'm going to stand aside. But I can only tell you, I've known him a long time. We've been a little bit on the opposite side of the equation, but I will say this, he is a brilliant, I still think of him as young. He's not that young. I always call him young, but he's not that young. But he is a phenomenal person, a phenomenal man who loves the people of this country as much as anybody can love the people of this country. So, Bobby, please say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. A few hours after the assassination attempt at Butler, I got a call from a safe food advocate named Kelly Means, who's been fighting for many years to try to end the corruption at CDC and FDA and USDA. And these institutions, these regulatory agencies are actually run by the big food processing companies, the big ag and the chemical companies that they're supposed to regulate. And he said to me that he'd been advising me for many years and on my campaign. And he told me that night that he was also advising President Trump. And he asked if I would talk to President Trump. And I said, of course. And about a few minutes later, I got a call from the president. And we talked. We had a very good talk. And then he invited me to come see him the next day. And I went to Minneapolis and saw him. We met again a couple of weeks later in Florida. And we talked about, not about the things that separate us because we don't agree on everything, but on the values and the issues that bind us together. And one of the issues that he talked about was having safe food and ending the chronic disease epidemic. Our children are now the unhealthiest, sickest children in the world. Don't you want healthy children? And don't you want the chemicals out of our food? And don't you want the regulatory agencies to be free from corporate corruption? And that's what President Trump told me that he wanted. He also told me that he wanted to end the grip of the neocons on U.S. foreign policy. He said he didn't want any more $200 billion wars in Ukraine, that we could use that money back here in the United States. And the best way to build a safe America is to rebuild our industrial base and rebuild the middle class in this country. And don't you want a president who's going to get us out of the wars and who's going to rebuild the middle class in this country? And he told me that he wanted to end the censorship because the whole basis of American democracy is the free flow of information. And we know that a government that can silence its opponents has license for any kind of atrocity. And can you think of any time that you can look back in history and say that the people who were censoring were the good guys? They're always the bad guys, because it's always the first step down that slippery slope to totalitarianism.
Anybody notice that Bobby's voice actually got better? I know he must have been like, I gotta do my best. It sounds really good than the one we just watched. Do you guys notice that? He sounds better. That's good.
And don't you want a president who's going to protect America's freedoms? and who is going to protect us against totalitarianism. And I want to ask you again, don't you want a safe environment for your children? Don't you want to know that the food that you're feeding them is not filled with chemicals that are going to give them cancer and chronic disease? And don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again? Thank you all very, very much, and God bless you, and God bless America.
Man, RFK is really loved. People love this man, people. Damn.
Fantastic guy. You know, he did well, and the polls are good and all, but you have to remember we have sort of like a two-party system. It was designed that way, and it's awfully tough. And as well as he did, he'd be at 10 and 15 and 16 points sometimes. That's a lot. That's a lot. But if he were in a regular system, like as a Democrat or perhaps as a Republican, but not against me, of course. But if he were in a regular system, there are a lot of people that maybe liked him the best, but they said, we can't vote. So with all of those votes he was getting, here's a lot of votes that he could have gotten. I think he's going to have a huge influence. We're leading now, but I think he's going to have a huge influence on this campaign. Actually, much bigger than you'd see in the polls.
This right here is called democracy right here. When two people of this caliber can actually work together. Come on, man. This is historical, guys.
And those numbers are big to start off with, but Bobby and I will fight together to defeat the corrupt political establishment and return control of this country to the people. And to all who supported Bobby's campaign, I very simply ask you join us in building this coalition. It's a beautiful coalition in defense of liberty and safety, prosperity and peace. It's going to be an incredible coalition, and the relationship has been so good for so long. I have no doubt it's going to work and work well. But we have to win. We have to take our country away from these people that are going to destroy our country. We won't have a country left. So thank you very much. So thank you very much. We need your vote. As you all know, this week the Democrats held their convention. You probably saw it, their party. The media says the big message from their convention was that we need to turn the page from the failures of the last 4 years. Do you believe it? They forgot. They've run it for the last 4 years. She was saying last night, we will stop the abuse. We will stop the high taxes. I said that you could have done it 3.5 years ago. In fact, you could leave that nice.
This is what I wanted Trump to say. Hell yeah. This is what I wanted Trump to say. Now, look, he's going to win. Yeah.
Auditorium that you're in and go to the White House right now. You won't. Law enforcement. Close the border now. You don't need bills. I did it. And we had the best border in history. Put up that chart. Put it up. That chart. I love that chart. I love that chart. Put it up.
Everybody in the chat, keep in mind, we have a moderator. Her name is Andrea. So you could say it's free speech, okay? You could say things that pertains to the topic. We're watching Trump in Arizona with RFK. But if you're being abusive or whatever, Andrea will time you out, or better still, block you. Okay, so you have freedom of speech, but also Andrea has freedom of timeout. So keep that in mind. I ain't gonna look.
But I love that chart. Not everybody realizes, but that chart is very meaningful. Even beyond the numbers that are on the chart, it shows the least numbers of illegal immigrants pouring into our country. Again, prisons from mental institutions, terrorists, where the bottom arrow is. But you know what? That chart is meaningful in many ways. Some people understand what I'm talking about. I love you, darling. I love you. I'm going to sleep with that chart tonight, Deb. I'm going to sleep with that chart. But isn't that a beautiful sight? Look at that. Look at that arrow. And then look what happens when that was my last week in office. And look what happens after I left. It's like a rocket ship. Look at that. Isn't that terrible? No vetting, no checking. We have no idea who they are. They just pour into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We need to turn the page of 4 years of calamity and failure. They have had calamity and failure, and say, Kamala, you've done a horrible job. You've been the worst vice president in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. You're fired. Get out. Get out. Get out, Kamala. She's the only person ever to get a nomination of a party without getting one vote. She didn't get one vote. Hey, maybe she's smarter than we think. You know, you could look at it that way. As vice president, Kamala cast the deciding votes, causing the worst inflation in decades, costing the typical American household $28,000. Think of this, higher prices. It was inflation, $28,000. As border czar, she flooded America with savage illegal alien criminals who have been raping, pillaging, and killing our cities and our towns. 3 years ago this week, she was the final vote on the catastrophic Afghanistan withdrawal. And we were withdrawing, but we were going to withdraw with dignity, with grace, and with strength. We would have been out faster, but we were going to keep pogrom. But that was the most embarrassing event in the history of our country, leading to horrific war and humiliation all over the world. When Putin saw that, he invaded Ukraine. It brought a lot of people back because they said the United States is run by incompetent people. The United States is no longer respected. It's no longer strong. That's what they said. A lot of these things that you're seeing now wouldn't have happened except for the horrible, horrible event of Afghanistan. You know, I was dealing with the leader of Afghanistan, Abdul, and I said, Abdul, you can't kill our people. He was killing our people. I had a strong talk with him. I'm not going to get into it exactly. We went 18 months without one soldier being sniped at or shot at. Not one soldier injured or killed. And then we had a tremendous election where we did probably 10 or 12 million more votes than we got the first time. You know, most presidents don't get as many votes the second time because people get bored, but they don't get bored with me. They get bored. No, they get bored.
Yo, man. Trump is just on another level. God damn. People get bored with me, but not with me.
Like Barack Hussein Obama got far fewer votes the second time, and he won. He won. Have you heard of him, Barack Hussein Obama? Remember Rush Limbaugh? Barack Hussein Obama. He was nasty to me. You know, he was nasty. Michelle was nasty. They're all nasty. Nasty people. They were very I was surprised. I thought he was, and I was sort of nice to him. I said, no, you know, I like him. Good. It didn't matter. They were nasty to me. And of course, last night, Kamala mentioned my name, I think, 21 times. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention anything but my name over and over and over again.
Oh my God, Trump. He's gonna go in. I don't give a damn who he's talking about. He's going to go in. This is the thing I like about him. He's like a daredevil. He says what he wants to say. You might get offended by what he says, but look, I cannot respect a person, man or woman, who isn't confident enough to say what they truly think, who are just saying things to cater to people. I can respect a man like this because he's saying exactly what he's thinking. So yeah, I mean, is it harsh? Absolutely, but who cares? I don't.
Blame me for the border. I haven't been there in 4 years.
Andrea says, Genesis, can you address Ethan? Just block him. Who is that? I don't think Genesis came here without overstaying the visa being sponsored. And it's not that I disagree with how he got here. I just want to point out the hypocrisy. So you think I am here illegally and I'm coming on YouTube with my face here? Goddamn, bro. For real. So I'm here illegally, and I'm here. You don't have a profile picture. I'm here with my face on YouTube, and I'm here illegally, right? Let me see if that makes sense. Okay.
You saw it. I had the safest border, the best border we've ever had. She blamed me for the border. They lied so much. They lied about everything. She said I was involved with something called Project 25. I don't even know what the hell it is. No, they really were nasty. And then they say to me, sir, please stick to policy. Don't stick to personality. You should be nice to people, sir. You have to be nice. I call them up. My geniuses, they get paid a fortune. Actually, not that much. But I call up my people. I say, they're knocking the hell out of me. And you say I shouldn't get personal. I have to get personal, don't I? I have to get personal.
Oh my God, man. This man. Look, the next 4 years is about to be hella fun, bro. If he wins, we're about to be having fun because these types of speeches, it's just going to be fun. You have good economy. You have a president that has humor. You have peace around the world. Gas prices is cheap. Food is cheap. Mortgage rate is cheap. Border is safe. And then you have a president with humor. God damn.
I have to get personal. They get personal. But I'm going to do my best. So they're allowed to get personal with me, but I'm not allowed to get personal to them. They call me names that are so bad. Our great First Lady says, but you're not that way, darling. They love our great First Lady, I will tell you that. They do. But darling, you're not that way. I said, I know that. And if I say something just slightly out of order, like, she didn't do a very good job last night. Please never, ever mention look or anything like that. If you ever say, she didn't look really great, that's the end of your political career, so I wouldn't say a thing like that. How about her opening where she said, thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her, Deb? Debbie Lesko, she's a winner. Is that Sheriff Joe? Oh.
Have you had enough? This is, yo, man. Is this man 78 years old? This man don't even act like 78 years old, man. I don't know who his doctors are. I don't know what kind of food he eats. I don't just know. This energy is out of this world. Damn. Ice Cream says, Genesis, you are embarrassing. How? Because I support policies like Trump's policies. This is the thing. Like they like to point fingers because there's nothing else to do. There's absolutely nothing else to do than point fingers. You aren't even born in America. I'm American. You embarrass me. You're black and you're voting for Trump. Oh, you should be ashamed because I'm black. Sit down.
That's Sheriff Joe. Look at that. A legend. You know, Sheriff Joe's looking at these clowns where they have no idea what they're doing, where people come in by the millions. He had nobody come in. Remember, he dressed everybody in pink. Remember that, right? Is that right, Joe? They had a dress in pink. I mean, it wasn't the worst thing. It wasn't bad. I mean, you know, you got a lot of killers that had a dress. But pink underwear, pink undershirt, and a pink outfit. Because he didn't want them coming into our country. Do you remember Arizona when Sheriff Joe was at the border? You didn't have people coming in. I think for the 1 year he had one person come in, but they got him. Now we have 3 million people coming in through your border. Oh, through the whole thing, it's ridiculous. It's not. Joe, it's an honor. And I'll tell you, people didn't treat you right. You are a legend, and you did a job like nobody else. True. Great going, Joe. And we love your wife.
And that's the thing. I am not a Mexican or Asian. Bro, I'm from Nigeria. I came here for school. Okay? So I didn't come here through the border. I didn't walk here. I flew and I went through Homeland Security. Okay? And I actually studied and I went to take my exams at USCIS. Okay? So relax. I didn't walk in here. I flew in here, got stamped in, checked, vetted by Homeland Security. I know you know that, right?
I lost his wife a few years ago, and she was a hell of a woman, right, Joe? But she's looking down at you, and she's proud of you. She's saying, you did very well with this group of people. But I've known you for a long time. There was nobody like him. He understood the border better than anybody, and he ran it fairly. He ran very fair, but he ran it strong, and they respected him. They didn't even try. So thank you very much, Joe. Your wife she's proud of you. She's proud of you. Very proud of you. We're grateful to be joined tonight by the founder of Turning Point Action, a gentleman named Charlie Kirk. Thank you, Charlie. What a job he does.
Shout out to Shauna. Thank you so much. KGamer89. She says, medicine is kicking in. I love y'all. Everyone have a good night. I wasn't born in America. I was born in England. I was a military brat. Yo, KGamer, she's the best. God bless you, Shauna. Try to get some rest. And I hope you're feeling better with your leg. Okay, I hope you're feeling better with your leg.
He said, Charlie, do me a favor. we got this thing won, but do me a favor, make sure they don't cheat. The only way they can do anything is if they cheat like hell, and we've been victims of that. Make sure they don't cheat, Charlie. We don't need the votes. We just want to make sure that they don't cheat. Hello, Sheriff. How we doing? How are you guys doing? Good. Thank you. We need every sheriff to get over there, every law enforcement official, because we got the votes. We got to make sure everything's on the...
Shout out to Thomas Yoder and Thomas Atkins. Are you the same person? Thomas Yoder and Thomas Atkins. Anyway, God bless you. Thank you so much, bro. That means a lot to me. God bless you. Thank you.
The up and up Charlie and his team of people. I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of young people. It's actually quite discriminatory. Charlie, have you ever been sued by old people for not accepting them? He's got the youngest looking group of people, and they're warriors. They're unbelievable. The job Charlie has done is incredible. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. The job he's done is really incredible. Also with us is an incredible congresswoman who has decided to go onto a certain board. Do you know what I'm talking about? The most important board maybe in the whole country. And she's going to make sure everything's on the up and up. Debbie Lesko. Debbie, thank you, Congresswoman.
Yo, shout out to the beautiful moderator, Andrea. She says, please subscribe and like the channel. God bless you. Who else? I saw someone. John B. John B says, how do we wake up the woke? God damn. Damn, John. Damn, John B. How do we wake up the woke? Okay? Because I don't know.
Thank you, Debbie. You make sure, Debbie. She just won a big election by a massive... Well, you won that election easy, didn't you? She won it pretty easy. Another person who's a friend of mine, he's a warrior for a long time. He's great. He loves his state, loves our country. Andy Biggs, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, Andy. Thank you. And two other warriors, a young one and a little bit older one, but boy, they are tough. You don't get tougher than Eli Crane and Paul Gosar. Paul Gosar. Great. Thank you, Eli. Great. Great. Beautiful. Great people. And the next congressman from Arizona's 8th District, Abe Hamadeh. Wow. He's gonna be good for a long time. He's a young gentleman. Great, Abe. Great job. Great job. Great heart. He went through a tough one. Arizona GOP chairwoman, she is doing a job. Gina Swoboda. Gina. She is doing a job. And a very good friend of mine, the next senator from Arizona. I really believe this. Look, she's running against, we don't have to do a big, I was going to bring her up. I was going to say, come on, Carrie, speak. But she just spoke for half an hour. What the hell am I going to do here? But I will tell you, she's running against a guy who's a rubber stamp for, it used to be Biden. Now, who the hell knows? I don't even know. Do we know who it is? Who, a rubber stamp for somebody. But Ruben Gallejo is horrible. He's an open borders maniac. He's a defund the police maniac. He shouldn't be allowed to even run in this election against her because Carrie Lake is incredible. She's incredible. She's tough. She's smart. She's got heart. And she should be your next senator. I hope you win this sucker because you are winning. You're running against a guy that cannot carry your shoes. I mean, nice. You know the expression, can't carry her shoes. And you're going to have a big victory and we're going to work together.
And they're going to say Trump, He's a misogynist. He doesn't like women. He doesn't like women. There goes a woman. He's supporting a woman.
And we're going to make sure we win this state. I say this presidentially, if we win this state, which we're expected to, we're leading and all of that, we win the presidency, and we have to take Carrie Lake with us. Go get him. Go get him, Carrie. Go get him, Carrie. Very important. And honestly, and forget, we all know Carrie. She's been a newscaster for 22 years. Everybody knows her. She's she's never had a problem. She's solid as a rock. This guy is a freaking loser. He's a loser. So with that, we'll go on. But good luck, Carrie. We love you. Special. Since Democrats didn't talk about Kamala's horrendous record last night, we will. For nearly 4 years, Comrade Kamala Harris. I use that term, I don't know, but it's good. Is it good or not, tell me? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I love these free polls. Instead of spending $250,000 to a pollster that doesn't even poll, you know what they do? They take your money, they say, let's see, all right, 49 to 51, all right. It's one of the greatest businesses in history. I get a free poll here. Do you like the name? She's a radical left lunatic, okay? She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No. Comrade Kamala Harris.
Oh my God. Oh Lord. I don't think anybody can beat this guy, bro. When it comes to these types of troll, bro. Nobody can beat it when it comes to these types of trolling, bro. Especially someone like, man, I don't know, man. Comrade Kamala, goddamn. I don't know.
She's a defunder of the police. She wants to defund all the things that we talk about. Do I call her Comrade Kamala Harris or do I not? Ready? Ready? What do I do there? You tell me. You could tell me better than anybody. Okay, ready? I'll say yes or no. Yes. No. Comrade Kamala Harris. Has overseen a nation-wrecking border invasion. This is a nation-wrecking. It's an invasion. You know, one of the ways I built hundreds of miles of wall. I was there yesterday. I looked up and down. I said, man, I built a lot of wall. And we could have put up.
RFK, sit down, RFK. Sit down, bro. Sit down. It's hateful.
200 miles more, but they didn't want to do it. And that's when I said, you know, I think they really want open borders, but we built much more wall than I said I was going to build. And you couldn't see the end of it yesterday. You couldn't see the end. We had a news conference, but it's a dangerous area. It's a dangerous area because of her. Because of him, but he put her in charge, you know, whether she's borders are, and that's what she was called. Only recently did she say she doesn't have that. But you know what? She has been the worst manager, and the Border Patrol never even saw her. They never even met her. She's in charge of it. They never even met her. And you suffered the price. She's allowed at least 20 million illegal aliens into our country, including millions and millions of unvetted fighting age men from.
RK says you like hate. Okay, your opinion. Karma will get you. Karma will get you. No. No.
159 countries.
I thought you were gonna say Kamala would get me. I was about to say, yo, Kamala can't even get the media. She can't even answer questions or interviews or do press conferences. She can't get me.
No, it's no longer just South America. They come from Africa, the Congo. They come from a lot of coming from jails in the Congo. Let me tell you, these people, the nice thing, they make our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. That's how tough they are. They come from the Middle East. They come from areas that we're fighting. They come from enemy terrain. They come from all over the world, and they do come from South America, but not only from South America. 159 different countries in the last year, and they're totally unchecked and unvetted. Every single year she's been in office, she has set an all-time high illegal border crossings record, triple and quadruple what the year before, where I'd have like 150,000 and she'd have 2.5 million. What she has done to this country, nobody can tell you. You know, she destroyed San Francisco as the district attorney. She destroyed California. You know that. This is a woman that's going to take, she destroyed California. She had a policy, if you steal less than $950, you're allowed to keep it. You could go, we're not going to prosecute. So criminals are walking into stores, mean, nasty guys, rough guys, and they take calculators and they calculate. Let's say I want to get up. They walk out, then they walk back in. The whole thing, this is who we're going to have running our country? I don't think so. And nobody lies like her. She's a liar. She makes up crap. She's the one going to.
Come on, bro. I am brown, bro. I am brown skin. What are you saying? No, he's not. Yeah. I'm done talking.
Raise, you know, she said Donald Trump is going to raise. You know why? She said I was going to raise it. Because I'm going to put tariffs on other countries coming into our country. And that has nothing to do with taxes to us. That's a tax on another country. And I did it with China, and we had no inflation. You know, I had no inflation. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and not one other president took in 10 cents. They were all, oh, China, we're afraid of China. We're afraid of China. According to a new DHS report, Kamala Harris also lost, and this is impossible to believe. Listen to this. 325,000 migrant children are gone. They're missing. She allowed.
Yes, Michael. Yes. If a Democrat and a Republican can get along, so can we, including independents. We can all get along. Come on, man.
Them to be trafficked into our country. Many of these children are now in sex slavery, or they're dead, probably mostly dead. They will never see their homes or their parents again. They were swiped out of their homes. They were taken out of their homes. 300, this is a government number, 325,000 children, sex slaves, or they're dead. Many are dead. Hamas has so little respect for Kamala and Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden, that the hostages that they're talking about.
Andrew says you make the world a worse place. Who? Trump, me, or the chat? Or
all the time. I believe they're largely gone. So sad. when you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And
I feel like you deserve to be blocked, bro. Andrew deserved to be blocked. I think you do.
the reason they're not negotiating, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those hostages, I believe they're largely gone. So,
Okay, Andrew, I'm just gonna block you because you're doing way too much. Where do I block your ass? Block your ass out of here.
said, when you look at what happened, when you look at that attack on October 7th, I believe they're gone. And the reason they're not negotiating, it says Hamas has decided not to negotiate because what they want back are the hostages. And I think those hostages, for the most part, aren't around anymore. And so they said, oh boy, we can't really negotiate because we don't have the hostages. The hostages are largely gone. How sad, how terribly sad. If they feared and respected Joe Biden and Kamala, they would never have killed those hostages. They would have never attacked. They would never have attacked when I was president. Iran was broke. I told China, if you spend any money on buying oil from Iran, you'll never do business in the United States again. And we're going to put a 200% tariff on you. And Iran was broke, and they had no money for Hamas, and they had no money for Hezbollah. You can check your numbers. Look at it. When my last year, they had no money. We had no terrorism. For 4 years, I didn't have any terrorism. Do you notice that? None. And when they asked Viktor Orban, the prime minister of Hungary, very strong guy, what is the reason that things are so bad now? The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's blowing up with Ukraine. There's wars starting all over the place. Looks like bad things could happen in Taiwan with China. What's the reason? He says, you got to get Donald Trump back as president. You won't have any problems.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. Thank you so much for spending your time with me tonight. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't liked the live show, please like the live show. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. Let's go.
What he said. It's true. It's true. They respected your country. They respected your leader, but they respected our country.
Shout out to Matthew. God bless you, Matthew. Thank you. That means a lot. Chris V. God bless you. Edgehog Madness. God bless you. Man Flips. God bless you.
Now they left.
Karen Skinner. God bless you. George Daddy, God bless you.
For our country has become a joke. She's provided deportation immunity to the vast majority of criminal aliens living inside the United States and is importing MS-13 gang members, known as the most violent gang of them all, into our cities and into our high school. Think of it, they're coming into our high schools. Kamala has set loose thousands of Venezuelan gang members who, according to law enforcement bulletins, have been given a license to shoot American police officers. You know that, right? Under Harris, ICE deportations are at the lowest level in history, the history of our country. She supports deadly sanctuary cities. Now, of course, she's flip-flopping on everything. You do know that, right? You know that, Joe? She's flip-flopping on everything. Debbie, right? She's a flip-flopper. Andy, she's a flip-flopper. She flip-flops on everything because she was polled. She said she didn't do too well. That's probably why she was the first out of 22 people. I can't get over it. She was the first failure. And now she's running. Oh, we're going to beat her. I look forward to the debate, too. I do look forward to the debate. Look forward to it. She called for abolishing ICE. These are great patriots who are tough as hell. You need tough people. She's compared ICE agents to the KKK. She wants to repeal the federal law that makes illegal immigration a crime, making illegal immigration totally legal. It's okay to come into our country. She wants to release all of the thousands of criminal illegal aliens that are locked up in detention centers, and these are the toughest of them all. She wants to release them into our country. We have detention centers for the toughest of them all. She says, we're going to release them. Now, maybe they'll ask her tonight, oh, no, I would never do that. She might change. She's changing and everything. But don't forget, if the election ever went haywire, if they can find a way to cheat enough and she wins, in quote, she wins, she's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania. I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania.
Are you guys seeing? Look, are you guys seeing what's happening behind Trump? Like this is why you gotta respect men. Men don't have, they don't have all that bad blood and stuff. Look, they actually just met each other on the, I don't know what part, on the left part of your screen. Look at this man, the guy on red hat, and the guy on black hat. Just look at them.
Cheat enough, and she wins, in quote, she wins. She's going to do everything that you wouldn't dream of, including no fracking. She didn't discuss fracking last night. No fracking in Pennsylvania. I can't imagine she could do well in Pennsylvania. 500,000 jobs are involved with fracking, and a huge amount.
He was probably saying, yo, this is a good campaign right here. This is a good rally right here. What's your name again? John? Yeah, my name is Philip. Sensation.
Of their budget, everything's involved with fracking, and she's against it. In her speech last night, she lied about almost everything. She lied when she said, I was going to raise taxes. No, I'm lowering taxes. She's the one. She lied and said that, oh, this is the best. I'm going to be the one, and I was already there. I didn't touch your Social Security, and a lot of Democrats wanted me to. She lied when she said that I want to cut Social Security and Medicare. No, she wants to cut it because she wants to have the illegal immigrants coming into our country to go on Social Security and Medicare, which will destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's Kamala Harris who cast a tie-breaking vote to cut Medicare by $266 billion. She cut your Medicare, remember this, by $266 billion, and then promised mass amnesty last night to 20 million illegal aliens and make them American citizens, which will absolutely obliterate your Social Security and your Medicare, ultimately leaving those programs bankrupt and our seniors desperate and poor. And remember, when you talk about all of those hundreds of billions of dollars, you know what she's putting that money into? The Green New Scam. She took it out of your Medicare. She's putting it into one of the greatest ever, one of the great voices of sport. Stand up. Let's see if anybody knows who the hell you are. Good job. You're a good man. He's done a good job. But she took it out and she wants to put it in. She put it into the Green New Scam. She said the border was safe under her direction. You know, they're the party of disinformation and misinformation. They'll say something 100 times. The border was safe. Did you see last night? The border's safe. The first time she said that was about 2 months ago, and she went like this. The border was safe. She started choking. Horrible. They are the misinformation, disinformation. They lie. They keep saying the same untruth over and over again. And you know, you're not like in my business. You're not in this political business like these people. You're in other things. You're lawyers and you're carpenters and you're electricians and you're drivers and you're doing a lot of things. By the way, no tax on tips. Remember that? No tax on tips. No tax on tips. She tried that one, and yet in Congress right now they have bills to destroy people that don't. Do you see what's going on? It'll never happen with her. It's guaranteed to happen with me. No tax on tips. But actually, it's the most dangerous and unsafe border anywhere in the world. There's never been a border like it. No country ever If a country had a border like that, they would fight with sticks and stones if they had to keep the people out. She believes that if you say things enough over.
Yo, man flips. Like for real? Or you just capping right now? Man flips. Don't be capping, bro. Don't be capping, bro, man flips. You for real? Or you capping?
And over again, even if they're stone cold lies like Project 25, Project 25. He believes in, I don't even know what the hell it is. I know it's a group of people that got together and they're slightly.
Shout out to Karen Skinner. Thank you so much. Thank you for spending your time with us. God bless you. Thank you. I hope you subscribed. God bless you. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. Let's get it.
On the conservative side. And it's unbelievable what they do. It's really unbelievable. She would destroy our country. If she was ever elected, our country will go down the tubes. We'll be in a depression like 1929. We will not have a country any longer. Yesterday, I was at the border with the victims of Kamala's migrant crime wave. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know about. Rachel was a cherished 37-year-old mom of 5 absolutely incredible children, beautiful woman. Last summer, Rachel was out on a run when she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was led into America by Kamala Harris. Let her in. Said, let her in. The animal who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across the open border. Just walked right in, no problem. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in cold blood. Michael, I promise you in Rachel's memory, we will stop this invasion and we will keep these savage criminals the hell out of our country. Thank you, Michael. Please. Thank you. So sorry, Michael. So sorry. Say hello to your parents and everybody, okay? Thank you. So horrible. We are so sorry, Michael. Thank you for being here. According to her own administration statistics on crime victims, Kamala Harris has presided over a 43% increase in violent crime. These are government numbers, by the way, including 58% increase in rape, 89% increase in aggravated assault, and 56% increase in robbery. During the riots of 2020, she encouraged her followers to donate to bail criminals, looters, and arsonists and killers. People died, including Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso.
Hey.
And Kamala, let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago, maybe the greatest city in the world. Today, it's unlivable. She ignored the pleas of victims' family. Please, please let us do, please don't do this to us. And refused to seek the death penalty against an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, one of the worst murderers they've seen in years, who murdered an innocent man and his 2 sons and didn't even remember he did it.
Damn.
As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris destroyed single-handedly, with some help from the worst governor in our nation, Gavin Newsom, both San Francisco and California. It's
From Detroit down.
Thank you, gentlemen and women.
Of an unconscious person as a non-violent crime. Comrade Kamala Harris destroyed single-handedly 1972, Richard Nixon. But we're doing well, by the way, including 58% increase in rape, 89. One of them is here with us tonight. Michael Morin is the brother of Rachel Morin, who you know. Thank you. And arsonists and killers, people died, including.
Yes, chat. Yes, chat. Yes, chat. You know what time it is. This is what we go through almost every night currently these days. So I don't know. 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 Yeah, hopefully we don't get a little shut down again. But yeah. It's Andrea, I guess it maybe I don't know. Really, I even have to watch what I say. Like this is wild. You gotta watch what you say now, cause they're gonna do what they do.
Sean Michael Tillman, a dangerous repeat offender who went on to shoot and kill a Minnesota man 6 times in the head. He shot him 6 times in the head and torso. And Kamala, let him out, let him go. While Kamala Harris was DA of Sanctuary City, San Francisco, 20 years ago.
Okay, guys. So it is what it is. 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 Well, hopefully you will have a good night. 3:30 for me here. But keep up the good work, Genesis. Okay. So thank you guys for watching the live show. I guess I would have to keep it pushing. Okay, that's not my content. You know what time it is? I would have to end the live show. We've been on for 4 hours and 35 minutes. It is what it is. We're gonna be back in the morning for sure. Okay, we're gonna be back in the morning for sure, and it's gonna be fun. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Thank you to everybody that came here to support the channel. God bless you. Also, there'll be more of this shit. It is what it is. Okay, guys. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. God bless you. 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 Have a wonderful night. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Like the live show if you haven't. And you guys are the best. You guys are just the best. Okay. You guys are just the best. That's all I can tell y'all. You guys are the best, the best, the best, the best, the best, the best. Michael, don't lose faith, bro. Why you gotta lose faith? This is for sure. All right, guys. I gotta go. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. It's Saturday. I might sleep in today because I'm going to sleep by like 4 a.m. Hopefully someday YouTube monetizes my account. Hopefully someday. Hopefully. It's gonna be fun. Okay, guys. Have a wonderful night. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Sometimes I just want to leave y'all in the chat because y'all be talking in the chat. I don't want to just cut you off like that. Because when I cut you off, you can't chat no more, right? You guys can put chat in the comment. And all right, I gotta go. I gotta go.